All right, here we go. It is the weekly Alaboom. YouTube's longest running weekly, well, nearly almost weekly. I mean, with very few exceptions. Live podcast stream thing where we talk about life and board games and grievances and board games and life and play a couple of games here and there. And anyway, it's the 1st of November, the year of our Lord, 2023. 9 days before my mom's birthday. It's coming up.
Oh, is it?
Uh, yeah, so
How young is I shouldn't ask.
a gentleman doesn't ask, as they
But
say.
I'm sure it's going to be one of the good, up there ones,
Oh no, I
the
mean,
golden age ones.
as my mother says, she's 39. You know, she just turns 39 every year.
My
So
mother was 21 for the last 30 years of her life.
at least she could drink at the bar.
Mm.
So um anyway, what news do you have to report over the last week there, Barry?
Yeah, not much. Went to a wedding. My wife's niece got married last Friday, and other than the reception, it was a pretty good wedding. Um,
All right. So there's a story there, but let's talk about the wedding. I mean, this like was it held at a church, another venue? What was it?
No, it was on a golf course, which was false advertisement. It was the Running Deer golf course in Lower Jersey, Pennsville, I can't remember, but I seen deer. None of them were running; they were just grazing. So it's like false advertisement to
I
begin
bet you if you
with.
startled them, they'd run.
Yeah, probably. But no, it was nice. They had a Halloween themed wedding. It was every table was named after a movie, Trick or Treat, or whatever.
Oh, was it actually on Halloween?
No, it was Friday. So
Hmm.
what was that, 28th, I guess. I don't remember what the date was. Um, and there's other things like that. The only problem with the reception was the DJ played the music so loud it was fucking painful. Like the room was only 30 by 70, 35 by 70. It wasn't a huge room. And they had it so loud that people had to scream over it to talk to each other, shit like that. It was like I was sitting in front of it at one point, the speakers, and the back of my ears were vibrating. It was
Did
it
did
was
anybody like say maybe we should go talk to the guy and see if he can turn it down a bit?
I think they did. The band. I was actually smoking a cigarette. They had a DJ and a live band, and I'll get back to the band in a minute. But the guitar players were outside smoking, and they're like, "It's so loud, I can't hear myself singing." with the plugs in, and when I take them off, it just hurts my ears so bad. So I don't know what the deal there was, but it was weird. Like the band was playing like with a dubbing track. Like some songs you could hear the actual artist singing and them like playing and singing over it. It
Okay.
was it was just kind of weird. And
Yeah, that seems weird.
but what I did notice is like all the older people got up with their women or whoever and danced. The younger generation, which Lee was, she's like 30 and in that range, 25 to 35 or whatever.
Okay.
All the dudes dance together and all the women dance together, and they stayed in their separate pockets. It was odd the whole night.
Well, it's the only safe way. You know, you don't want to offend anybody. So
Can't dance with the date you brought. I mean,
no, you can't. Not
it was
allowed.
weird. Yeah, but like I said, other than like I said, the music was painfully loud. It was a pretty good night. Yeah. Uh,
So overall, they got
oh,
married.
they got married.
They uh they
They-
they did
no,
what they needed to do.
nobody got hit with a golf ball because that's where
That's good.
the ceremony was. It was done by um like a common whatever. I forget like what you do. I forget what they call that. You could buy a license off the state and
Hey, I am an
yeah,
ordained minister of the
yeah,
Church of Life. You don't get to lump me in with
yeah.
don't you yeah me.
Yeah, but that's what we did it on like one of the holes. It was next to one of the holes at the golf course, but the hole was up a little bit. But I seen two dudes there swinging the golf club, and I was like, it'd be funny if one of us got hit, but yeah,
It
nobody
wouldn't be
got hit.
funny. That would hurt.
I think they were far enough away; it wouldn't hurt that much. Who knows?
Who knows? Indeed.
Yeah, but it was a pretty good night. You know, my body's have been jacked up. Like the weather just the temperature dropped again. It was 80 degrees on Monday or Sunday, one of them days. And now it was freezing last night. It's nuts. So my body's just driving me nuts. I haven't been doing much other than that.
Well, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, it's the change of season. It'll be over soon.
It's not the Church of Yahoo. It is the church, the Universal
the,
Church of Life, baby. We
it's the
accept everybody.
Church of Dakota and Yahoos. I ever tell you about Jen's mother when she was alive? Talked to me into going to this it was a super moon celebration or something. I thought it was a Native American um celebration for the moon. Like the Irish, the Celts, they all did that.
Okay.
I thought it was something like that, and they took us to this non-denominational church. And we were driving up. I'm like, this is like one of the churches in Red State 8, that Kevin Smith movie where the people just went nuts and killed each other. And it was just weird. Like we go in and this lady was blatantly ripping off the culture. Like she was mixing up three different tribes cultural things together and shit. It's like I don't know a ton about the Native Americans, but I know enough that this was a ripoff of it. Yeah, it was just weird.
Okay.
So yes, anybody could get a church, Lance.
Stranger Things and all that, right?
Yeah.
Um, I do remember there was a buddy of mine who at the time and I haven't talked to this guy in years and years and years, but he was married to a woman that was heavily into the Wicca and what have you. And I remember he like it was weird. It was like he was like, "Hey, do you think I could could you come and be a part of this thing or whatever?" Because they wanted to do some weird it's the summer or something, or I don't know, just like I don't know what it was. And but they don't have enough people there to because they were worried. This is 30 some years ago, so it's a long time ago. And it's just like now you can probably get away with a lot more. There's probably a lot more understanding as far as that stuff goes. But at the time, he was like, they need people to come out there and basically make sure that they don't get attacked or something by somebody that wants to thinks wonder what they're doing, and all they want to do is just go in a field and dance around for a little while and then do their thing. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. And so I remember I went out there and I did the thing, and which was nothing. It was just me and him standing by a car drinking a beer. And then I remember I was like, I mean, I didn't really understand it and but they had all these, they said a few things and they said a few other things and they lit some fires, and
Yeah.
it was kind of like this, I mean, I was just morbidly curious more than anything. And then we got done, and then they were like afterwards they asked me if I wanted to become a registered thane of their of their group or whatever, and be like their protector. And I was like, nah, that's
Looking for members.
yeah. I've always said, is that the closest I ever came to being brought into a cult, without knowing it? I don't know.
I wouldn't necessarily call them a cult yet. Yeah,
So
they have to have 200 members.
okay, is that the
I
cutoff?
actually think that is 200. Yeah, to be considered a cult.
Oh, okay.
Um, no, I've yeah, whatever. To each their own. I've
They were very nice people. I don't tell that story to like make fun of them in any way.
no.
I mean, it was they were super nice, and I just I and then I remember, but my buddy who was like married, and like they were like sitting there, and he was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Okay, no, I mean, I appreciate it, thanks."
It makes yeah, and I've dealt with other religion
Always
like
nice to be asked.
mm,
Always nice to be asked. You know.
I was tried this sex Wiccan thing. Like, nah, I'm good. It's that I think was a cult, but I've tried. I wouldn't say tried, but I've been to different religions, and there are different things: Lutherans and Baptists, Wiccans,
Yeah.
Muslims, or I'm sorry, Islam. Not Muslims are followers. Um, Never Jewish. Uh, Actually, I've known a lot of Jewish people, but we've never really talked about their religion too much.
I think
One,
I told this story before, so I apologize. But I remember when I was going through my confirmation at my church, they had a thing where we had to go and um basically you'll be see what other churches had to offer, kind of be the best way to put it. Like, just basically um go to these, and then and so like our youth pastor basically you know found these smaller churches within like a half hour, 45 minutes of our our church, our Lutheran church. And then we went to a fair number of these places that, I mean, they weren't like exactly weird or anything, but it was, I mean, there was one that was very much, um, oh, what's the word I'm looking for here? There was this one that was very, very much a, uh, revival kind of thing, where people were like, and
snake
people,
handlers.
yeah, not snake antlers, but people would
That type.
stop and
Yeah.
they would like speak in tongues and stuff like that, and say that God was speaking through them, and then somebody else would stand up and say that they understood what that person was saying, and then they'd um and yeah, it was whatever, right? It was a big whatever, and so I don't, and again, I'm not saying it to mean if that's what they want to believe, and as long as they weren't like hurting anybody or indoctrinating anybody into their weird cult against their will,
No.
then that's great. But I remember that was an eye opener for like a 14-year-old me,
Yeah.
like, or whatever, or however old I
Mhm.
was at that time. It was not what I was expecting, you know, as far as people, you know, you know, you know, theoretically, like, doing the being worshiping the same stuff I do, but also like doing it in a way that just seems like kind of weird and odd and unexpected, I guess would be another word.
Eh, Well, I found like I'm Irish Catholic, or I was. I don't really practice it, but I noticed even if I go into different Irish Catholic churches, they do things slightly different. And if it's like an Italian Catholic or Orthodox Greek Catholic, something like that, they're other than a language thing, they're really different. From what I'm used to. I was curious. I meant to ask Sam when he was on if he's been around, the world basically in the same denomination. I'm wondering if it's different for him in each country, too. I'm sure it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Uh,
So BGG Con's fast approaching.
yeah, I'm not going to this one.
I know you're not.
Maybe next year.
You're
I
you're,
don't know.
you're too cool for it.
No, I went to spring. If I weren't going to Disney World next in January, I probably would have went. It's just always tough because I go up the mountains with the hunt, so it's a lot of traveling. During
Yeah,
Thanksgiving, I go up the mountains. It's a lot of traveling. Although I'm not sure if we're going up this year or not.
gotcha.
Um, some stuff came up with my brother getting laid off and all that.
How's he doing?
It just happened a couple weeks ago, so he's all right with it, I guess. He kind of knew it was coming. Um, he was just riding it out, basically.
I
But
got
he's just, right now he's actively searching to an extent. Um, he's getting up there though, so that's one thing he's worried about. I'm 45, he's 52, so he's getting worried about that. People not hiring. His dad ran into that shit when he get a certain age.
Mm-hmm.
And his dad was about this age, but then again, that was 15, 20 years ago. Yeah, but other than that, he's all right. He was actually just down here. I lent him a tree saw and a pole saw, and the blade kept popping off. So instead of just calling me or buying a new blade, he bought a whole new saw and shipped it to my house. And I'm like, Rich, why didn't the blade stretch on that? You just probably need a new blade or something. I'm a mechanic. I could have fixed it. Yeah. I was like, should have wasted the money or laid off. Yeah.
People are wondering what I'm drinking tonight. This is gonna surprise everybody. I went I went completely opposite to what most people would expect. And today I'm drinking a regular leaded Coca-Cola
Coke.
Classic. Yeah, every
Ooh.
once in a while. I don't have a sugared soda anymore very often, but every once in a while. I found a place that had Barks Zero, and I know that gets me like, oh, Barks doesn't taste right because it's got caffeine in it. It doesn't taste that good. It doesn't taste that good root beer. But I was happy when I found Barks Zero. It was good.
Oh, I got a grievance.
Oh, lay it on me.
After the wedding, we were hungry, so we stopped at I think it was Burger King. And I don't drink soda often, so I decided I usually do drink Sprite or like 7 Up or Mountain Dew, something clearer.
Oh, I can't stand that stuff. But anyway, go ahead.
So I got whatever it was, Sprite or Mount or 7 Up, whatever. I forget what they carry, but it was all fucking seltzer water. Like what the fuck?
Oh, and then when there's none of the flavoring, so it's
Yeah.
just yeah. I hate it when that happens. That's annoying as hell.
And that's the first time I've been to Burger King in like a decade. Didn't leave a good first impression after that long.
Yeah, you had one job. You had one job. Just give me my normal. Yeah, there's nothing worse than that. And like you get the thing, and it's just just the tonic water, nothing else. That's a pile. Hello, Scott Alden.
Hello.
You getting excited for the BGG con?
Yeah, very. Yeah. Coming up 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
I just saw I had a thing, whatever. It was 10 years ago. I attended my first BGG con.
That was my no.
2013, huh?
Yeah, it popped up in my feed. It said, just like, because it was that was when you had me as a guest, and that was really kind of you. But it said yeah, I just remember something popped up in my Facebook feed about it. Just like, hey, I'll be tending, what's the cool stuff to do there, that kind of thing, right? And then like, but
Good times.
yeah, good times.
Was that at the Hyatt DFW?
That was the one
Or
that was one right by the right by the airport where like
so it had not moved to the airport yet.
No, you did that after 15.
Yeah.
I wish there was a historian, because I can't remember anything.
Well, my first BGG was in 15, and you were still at the DFW. The fall con.
Well, we were not at DFW. Like after the first 2 years. First 2 years we were in downtown Dallas at the Hyatt. Or no, at the Marriott. No. Yes. No.
At the Marriott.
No, not at the Marriott. We were at the God, what was that hotel? What are some other hotel chains?
Hyatt, Marriott, Hilton.
Hilton. We were at the Hilton.
Holiday Inn.
Yeah, we were at the Hilton. And then we moved to Grapevine Hilton, which is outside of the airport, like 5 minutes. And then we moved to the DFW airport, Hyatt. And then we've been with Hyatt still downtown Dallas now. That's for BGG Con. Spring is still at the Hyatt DFW. The Glasscock is still.
The Glasscock is still in play.
Oh my god!
Oh, I forgot to change
Is
that.
Texas going to win a World Series here? It's 1-0.
Well, I mean, they deserve it. And I've always been a Rangers fan. It was one of those weird teams that I liked. I mean,
Did they just clear the inning? Okay, so it's still 1-0.
but the Diamondbacks was the better story, right? I mean,
Yeah.
But the fact that Texas has never won one is a good story.
And the Diamondbacks. Yeah, I mean, I guess they were. Did they barely just get there? I'm
Yeah,
not really following it.
they had a horrible record, but
Had a
but they
horrible
somehow well,
Playoffs.
no,
record.
not horrible. They were winning. They had a winning
Well.
season.
Okay.
But all these people were like, immediately there was all these people like saying they shouldn't even been in it. It's stupid that we had to play them. I saw these people posting. It's like the only reason you even care about this is because your team lost.
They beat Philly, right?
Well, yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
they beat Philly. So like,
Yeah.
you know,
The
the most sane of fans, Philadelphia fans.
We tell you what, it's on our minds.
I saw these people posting. It's like
We had to degrease the polls.
Yeah, Diamondbacks won in 2001.
Yeah,
And Texas went in 2010 and 11 back to back and lost. And they got beat by I think San Francisco, and then the next year they lost in 7. And then I stopped watching baseball. After that, I was like, yeah. Now that could still happen here. This is game 4.
yeah. I mean, they
No, it's
have
game
won
5.
everything.
This is game 5.
Lots can happen.
Lots can happen. It's still one. There's still 2 innings left and only one run ahead, one run up. It wasn't though 10-0 like yesterday in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, that was insane.
Like that's one of those. Like I turned on the video, the game, and it was like a quarter of the way through, and I'm like, wait, what? 10-0, and I backed it up and watched the 5 back-to-back 5-run innings.
Yeah, it was
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they just got overmatched. You know, I mean, you can say, but I mean, the thing about that is that what happens with a team like the Diamondbacks and something like that happens is that the chances that you're able to pull something off like that and have a run is really rare.
Yeah.
And then so it's like it isn't like they're like,
Yeah,
well, we're just gonna get better. No, you just got pretty lucky to get where you're at. And
someone was saying that
short.
like in baseball, I forget who posted it, but it was like a comparing like best of 7 NBA versus best of 7 World Series. And if for the best of 7 World Series to sort of match what the NBA does, they would have to play like a best of 50.
Yeah.
Something like that. It was not like, anyway.
Well, the NBA it's a faster game. I mean, yeah, in more ways than one.
Yeah, it's like a 2-hour game, 3 hour versus 3 hours.
Yeah, and the speed.
And they added that shot or that not shot clock. They added the pitch clock now, right? That's new.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of all the changes they made with baseball. I got into a stupid argument with like one of my friends about baseball where I was just like, give me a good excuse as to why they shouldn't just call robot like why we shouldn't just use robots to call balls and strikes. I mean, like literally,
Exactly. Like it doesn't make sense.
And his argument was it's like the accuracy over all the umpires is like it's like 96% or something like that. And I was like, okay, but that's every single pitch. I said, so that's actually like kind of a false representation. And I apologize for the sports talk, everybody, but just bear with me. So if a pitch is like right over the plate, between the guy's armpits and knees, it's okay, fine. I want to know what the percentage of accuracy on the close pitches, the ones that are just right about there. What did it go? Was it almost on the line? Was it on the line? Yeah. Was it a little too low? I want to know what the accuracy is on those because that's what matters. It's those things. And I said,
it's the edge calls.
Yeah, and so I was like, but I said, even if you're right, even if you're right, and it's just 96% across the board, which you're not, it is.
Mhm.
I said the robot calls would still be more accurate. And I said, so why would you not want it to be more accurate? What is the argument for saying like that well, we could have it more accurate, but
in the modern day world, accuracy, I mean, imperfection is looked down upon, right? Everything has to be fucking perfect.
But
and
even if they brought this thing in, they still bitched that it wasn't working right or it's not this model. They'd find something to complain about, Lance.
well, but overall, I know, but see, that's like a really bad argument in my opinion. It's like, well, they'll find something to complain about anyway. Who cares? Fix the thing.
Part of any game is them calls, whether it be football, baseball, or whatever. But part of the game, the spectacle, is the ref's call.
Yeah, but I mean, but who in their right mind would like, we could make it so it's more accurate and the calls aren't wrong. Do we want to do that? No. I would rather we get these calls wrong so I can call my radio show the next day and complain about it.
It creates a whole industry around it.
Yeah, well, but I mean, maybe that's what it is. But I mean, it's just kind of like I find it just preposterous. Yeah. That like people are like, oh well, we could have it more accurate. Well, why would we want to? Just like shut up.
But even if they did, like I said, they'd find something else to complain about. I mean,
well, then fine, but then have them complain about that, and then figure out how to make that better, right? You know what I mean? Like, and then I've heard the arguments like, well, then what is the home plate umpire going to do? There's tons of stuff to home plate. First of all, they have to make the calls at home, which admittedly don't happen a ton, but they also help make calls for fair and foul balls. They calls for catcher's interference. There's all kinds of garbage to follow when it's like when you're at home. I don't know. It's one of those things where, like I said, it's like, well, we could be more accurate. Why would you want that? Just
Do you think that they'll spend the money on this machinery? I mean,
well, that's just it, right? So, I mean, it's got to be one of those things where there has to be like a buy-in as far as, because it isn't like they're going to pay for it. It's like, well, like it's one of those things in football. Like it's been shown conclusively that you can set up a camera right at the goal line to be able to see, and it's just like, and there's still a few places that they're like, we don't need it. We don't want to spend the money on that.
Now has that ball sensor stuff.
Yeah. And well, for the longest time, I remember the NHL had it in their goals, and it wasn't there to make the call. It was there to enhance the judges like play calling ability or something like that. So I'm like, it wasn't there to take the place of the ref. It was there to make it so like they could have assistance in making the calls, or some garbage bullshit, whatever it is. Yeah, no, I don't know. What do I know? I don't know anything.
Nothing.
I just know the things that drive me crazy.
Ask God what happens when you change something on something people are used to.
Well, and which again, that's fine.
They hate it.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm also of the mindset that it's just kind of like, they used to say when people said, well, we're going to get the forward pass in football, it's going to ruin the game. Just like they said that too. I mean, I don't know. People are silly and dumb.
So what happens in more sports talk, but what happens if the pitch clock expires? What does the runner advance? The batter advance?
Yeah, what is the penalty for the clock?
So pitch clock, it's a ball.
Oh, it's a ball.
Okay.
It's a ball. Same was it. The batter has to be in the box and ready at a certain point as well, and then that is a strike. Yeah.
One more inning.
Da-da-da. And then and then they get to celebrate on somebody else's diamond.
I know. I was hoping it was going to be here in Texas, but it's not.
Well, and that's just
Whatever.
it.
I mean, I
Also,
don't care about such things, honestly.
well, I
I
mean,
mean, it's
yeah,
exciting, but don't
but
really care.
it's a sting, right? I mean, like,
Yeah, winning away is just a super sting if you're the home team.
Yeah.
Like when Dallas was in the playoffs one year for
Well, for
NBA
you, it's a lot less
Mavericks.
cleanup in Philly.
We beat the Spurs to go to like a game 3 or 4 or something like that, and then of course they won like the next 2. You know, like, but it was a great game, like to see it at home.
yeah.
It was the years the Spurs won.
Well, that's okay though, because that means that, like, when they were the team of destiny, you couldn't beat them anymore.
Yeah, it couldn't beat them anyway. Team of Destiny.
Yeah,
You believe in that? Destiny?
I don't know, but I played enough either sports in like high school and junior high, and I played enough in like just when we played when I was in a basketball league, and or when I was in play softball for 20 some odd years or whatever. It's like, if you lose to the champion, it's like, well, you were never going to win anyway. So
That's one way of explaining it.
Yeah.
assuaging the sting, if you will.
Yeah.
They were the team of destiny. We couldn't get in their way.
So I played a bunch of games this weekend.
All right. Let's get so we can call ourselves a
you
game
want to talk
podcast.
about games?
Go ahead.
So I played The Matrix.
Oh, the legendary
legendary encounters or whatever it is. Yeah. It's great. It's really good. I mean, if you like legendary and you like deck building and you like just that process, what it does in the game though is super fun, because it's basically
the last game of legendary, the theme of legendary that I really enjoyed was Alien.
That's the only one I've ever played.
So it's a legendary encounters, so it's a co-op. Because legendary is not a co-op, even though it is
it's semi
played cooperatively. It's a semi co-op.
Yeah.
But legendary encounters are co-ops. Anyway, it's pretty cool. Like, you start out Neo, he doesn't have any powers or nothing, and then when he becomes when he starts to believe or whatever, like, or when he gets removed from Matrix and he starts to be showed what the Matrix is, then all your powers get added to the deck, so you don't get those in the first shuffle.
Okay.
And they're super powerful and they're awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of funny because I was playing Neo and my friend Troy was playing Morpheus, and Morpheus was buying all the Neo cards. Like, the Neo cards come out in the draft, that you can buy, called Doc. And he was buying all of the Neo cards, so he became the one, which was kind of cool. And then I was basically, there's some great stuff in that game. Like, it really is a fun system, and it perfectly matched the movie. Like, you go through a training, and you have to finish 8 training missions, which is basically defeat 8 specific cards in the deck. At Act 2, it's Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. Act 2 is the training. Act 3 is when you're fighting against the agents, and you can basically take a minor victory and say you won, but that's no fun. So we played it to the end, where all the agents come out, and Morpheus gets stuck in the Matrix. He can't leave, and they have this cool thing of like going into the Matrix and coming out, and that's really cool. It's a new thing that I hadn't, they've not done before. And then one person is defending the real world, and what is that thing called? The squid things, which I can't. Oh, the Sentinels are attacking, and that player has to discard 10 cards off their deck every time it attacks. So every time that person takes their turn, they lose 10 cards of their deck, but they can defend. But it does start whittling you away. Like 10 damage is a lot of damage, and then he's trying to defeat the 3 agents and kill Smith. So it's cool. It's good. I enjoyed it. But I want to play the other act or the other movies. We just played the first movie. Oh,
How many is there? 3 or
Oh.
4 in that one?
Oh, now it's 3. Oh, it's 3-0. 3-0, top of the ninth. Say again, Barry.
Was there 3 or 4 movie scenarios in that
It was
one?
only 3 that
The
I
trilogy.
it didn't have the resurrections in there.
Okay.
And I almost went back and watched. I watched The Matrix again. I put it on after playing the game because I was pumped for it, and I was just like, "Yeah, it's so good, so good."
I don't know. Yeah, I mean that
It's
was
such a great movie.
that was kind of a. And the best thing is they only had one.
The other 2 weren't that bad.
I mean, I don't mind the 2 and the 3.
The
They're
other
not-
3.
I don't even include the last one.
Was that the voice of God?
It was the voice of God.
I heard the voice of God.
No, I'm pretty sure there was
There-
only one. There was only
were
one.
3.
So,
And you'll never
anyway,
and
so
you'll
that was The
never
Matrix,
convince me
legendary.
otherwise.
And then we played an unfortunate game. I mean, it's a good game. It's Earthborne Rangers. Have you heard of this one? It's a deck builder, and it's sort of based off of the Lord of the Rings system a bit, but it has an ecosystem, and it's an interesting game. It's really interesting. And I'm not gonna it just took us a long time to get started. Like, it didn't have a quick start, but it did have a quick start, and we didn't find it till after we learned the rules and played through and like did all the stuff to get it going. And it took hours. It took hours for us to learn, and I feel like in the end we didn't quite get it. But I think it's a cool system. It's just the world is a little too soft. It's like soft edges, you know. It's like the first mission you do is you take biscuits to a person. You know, like you have to go find a person that makes juniper biscuits, and then you have to deliver them to another village. I mean, which gets you to learn the system, but it just was not intriguing enough to keep playing.
3-0. It's all over.
That's what I said.
So you're Red Riding Hood.
Kinda. But I mean, it's really cool because the way the game works is it'll trigger predators and prey and humans and
Human.
weather. And so like all that stuff can happen while you're playing the game, which is really neat. Because if there's predators and there's prey, the predator will attack the prey and kill it. And then like the humans will go like pick apples off the tree and start take resources out of the game because they're like, oh, they're just in the world. So it creates an ecosystem, which I think is really, really interesting. I feel like if the game had pre-made decks and it sort of like had a bit of a tutorial, I mean, it does have a tutorial, and we didn't find it until like literally an hour or two in, almost an hour and a half into the playing it. Whereas we were just about to bag it, and I'm like, hey, here's the tutorial. It was like in another book. I probably would have a better reaction to it, but I think it's really cool. And there's no plastic in it, which is neat. It's all paper wrappings and stuff. So then we put that away. We were going to continue, but then we just kind of like, we learned the system and we didn't go. But you know, it didn't have any teeth at the beginning of the game. It's 5-0. Gosh, Kabuki Kid is always like way ahead of everybody. How are you? Like, are you
He's
in
a
the future?
robot.
I'm watching it live on YouTube TV and Kabuki Kid basically.
There's a lag with YouTube
Spoiled
TV
it.
times.
How are you living in the future? Kabuki Kid is always in the future.
She's a bot.
She's the
There's the
time
home
traveler.
run. I just saw the home run. Okay. 5-0. All right, well.
You're behind, Scott.
Winning the World Series with an exclamation point. Maybe. Still could be anything. Anyway,
So you're saying there's a chance.
there's all chance with baseball, right? Anyway, so we played that, then we did the Earthborne Rangers, then we played Evenfall. You heard of this one?
Yes, one of the
It's
fall
really
games this year.
it's very interesting. It's not my kind of game. I like the theme. It's witches and warlocks, and you're basically building a coven, and you're getting resources and resource locations that put into your outer ring, and then at some point you bring your outer ring into your inner ring, and then your warlocks can use those inner ring action spaces. Really cool, except it's just too much brain work for me. It's like so much. It's an overload. Like I was playing one of the factions, the witch factions, that basically let you draw 8 cards around. And it's just like, oh my God, I got 8 cards. And obviously this is me just learning the game, so it's an overload. But I don't know if I would enjoy it if I did know the game. And I think the game is good. It's going to do well. It will definitely have lots of fans, and it will do well. Do not listen to me.
Oh, we don't.
But I'm definitely on a simpler mode of game these days. I'm not a heavy gamer much anymore. And it's not heavy. It's like really, I would say it's medium heavy. But it's really great artwork, and I like the theme, and it's the cards are cool, and the actions are cool, and it's a worker placement and resource collection and all that fun stuff, and card management. Evenfall. There you go. That's my free game.
Evenfall.
Evenfall. I don't know how to use. I am watching the game. I got the game on the side, Rob.
July.
Got it on YouTube TV. By the way, I do recommend YouTube TV if anybody's like looking to switch out of their normal services. It's pretty cool.
Me and Jen are on the verge of it, I think. There is a
it's
lag,
not like
though.
super cheap or anything. It's like
No,
$50 a month or something, $40 a month. But
there is a
it
lag.
has
Though.
all the channels, and like it's really cool.
There is a lag though. I was watching Nikki and Lincoln last night, I think it was, but I was watching it on the TV and I had the computer in front of me.
Yeah.
And the computer was coming up before the TV.
Oh, I wonder why.
And I noticed on Twitch.
You were watching on Spice or a smart TV?
No, it was through the Fire Stick.
Oh, so the Fire Stick is lagged.
Yeah, it could be that.
Yeah.
But it also, I pulled up Twitch at some point. And there's a difference in timing between those two too. Between YouTube and no matter what it was on. Or no, actually the TV came up before the laptop with the YouTube. Yeah, that was weird. That's why I thought it was weird. The TV did come up before
Kabuki,
the laptop.
stop saying stuff. You're ahead of us. I guess she takes pleasure in destroying our sports ball.
Well, then I'll never feel bad about spoiling anything for her ever.
Kabuki, what are the lottery numbers?
Yeah, tell us the lottery number.
Yeah.
3.
There's the strikeout.
I actually do have
5-0, bottom of the ninth.
It actually is a smart TV. I just used a Fire Stick instead of the smart features for some reason.
No, it's okay, Kabuki. It's just you're always ahead of everybody.
It's not okay. Her hypocrisy knows no bounds.
So I also played a couple good games on BGA. If you want to talk about more about games,
What's your play, Scott?
So the one I've actually really like, and I just played it earlier with Evan tonight, is oh gosh, it's got a weird name. Hold on, let me get the name. Biomos, 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 like
That feels like a made-up
biodomes.
name.
Yeah, it's a made-up name.
Yeah.
But you're basically, it's a set collecting, and you're trying to build a little world, and you're trying to match the, the mountains and the ice and the water and the fields and the, deserts, all that stuff. And you're making like biomes, and it's a cool pattern matching game. But the neat thing about it is all the tiles you play, they're little discs that go in this little ring, and you can like slide the ring around. You're not allowed to pick anything up, but you can insert things into the middle of it or like on the ends. And it's neat. It's like a set collection. And I've only played the basic game, but the advanced game has like more chrome, more stuff. But I really like it. I ordered a case from France to play at BGG Con. Because I think it's nothing like deep or anything. It's just a neat little, I thought the system is really cool.
Well, probably. I don't know. There was a like a board game group meetup thing that there's these two guys that work for a college nearby, so they just reserve a room at the college, like a meeting room basically. And like twice or 3 times a year, they host a board game meetup. And my son had a Taekwondo tournament this weekend, so I normally couldn't attend, but I said, hey, when I get out of there, if it's still going on, I'll come over and see what's what kind of thing. And it was, it was like there was whatever going on, and so I went over there and I brought a couple of games with me, and I played one game of Strike, which I won.
Good
And
one.
then I just sat down and BS with a couple of friends for like an hour, which was nice.
Fluffy gamer.
Yeah.
So I went to a guy had gotten his copy of Last Light and he had brought it, so that was kind of cool.
I got my copy of Last Light.
Oh yeah,
Heard it
I didn't get
sucks.
mine.
did
Didn't
you
get it
play
yet?
it?
Where's your camera, Anthony? Is it broken?
I turned it off. Hold on, I turned it
Okay.
off because I was having a problem when I got in.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you are.
There it
I
is.
see you now.
Now we see your ugly mug. I played a couple games this week. I played The Hunger with the high
Expansion.
stakes expansion.
What is it? What does that add?
It adds, they call them threats. It's basically either a werewolf card or a vampire card. The vampires, if you defeat them, they'll give you an option of taking a bonus chip or a new mission from a reserve now. There's a reserve of them. And then if you have them, when you take them, you get the threats by collecting during the hunt. There'll be a threat on a row, depending on where you buy for the hunt. You'll take that threat when you go to hunt if it's out. They'll come out, and when you defeat them, like I said, the vampire hunters will give you one benefit. The werewolves, on the other hand, will eat any of the humans on the hunt track as long as they are in the one position and it's out. So when you score, then they'll give you 1 point for every human that it eats, plus whatever the base hunt of the werewolf is. And then it allows you to attack other players. Like before, when you were on top of them, you could push them.
Yeah, you can push them back.
Now you
forward.
could, yeah. Now you could, from what I understand, the rule book wasn't extremely clear on this, but I believe you could choose to either push them, attack them, or just land on top. It wasn't clear about that. I would, but you could attack them, meaning, depending on the card's attack value you have in your player area, they would have to draw so many cards from their hand or their deck, and then throw them in their discard pile and lose points for every human that they had to discard.
Interesting.
And then
yeah, because people usually don't like those attacking in those kind of games.
Yeah.
And then, 2 outs. 2 outs.
Other than that, I don't think there was a whole lot. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot more.
Oh no, people are crying.
All right.
I love it. The tears of the defeated.
Tears of ultimate sadness.
Yes.
But
oh, that's cool. I want to play that. I like the Hunger. I played it like 5 times, I think, when it came out.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Something about it, I just liked it.
I think it's that push your luck element. It's something like that. Because I fried at least a third of the time.
Yeah, I felt the basic game was too easy. Like you could always get back.
Yeah, I only
play the advanced game. You have to play the advanced side and all that stuff.
And then Jen didn't like it. I like the expansion. Jen not so much. Yeah, but I think people will be divisive on that one. And then I played Axis and Allies for the first time in my life.
That's right. You were asking about us, Axis and Allies. Did you just play vanilla?
1941.
1941. I've
yeah,
not played that one.
From what I understand, is the entry level one. And I only played it I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is that easier than the basic one?
From what I understand, yeah, it strips down. It doesn't have as many units. This only comes with 3 types of boats. Let me see. There's a submarine, a carrier, a destroyer, a battleship, and a transport. So 5 boats, either tanks or infantry, and then a bomber or a plane. So I think in the other games there's more things. I'm not sure. I never played it. And
game.
And
GG.
I think the rules are stripped down, but again, like I said, I never played it.
And new world champion.
So apparently they listened to this Creed song. Take Me Higher, whatever it is.
That song? Oh, yeah, that's what Cousins would play and the Vikings locker room too. They would play that all the time. Playing Creed and playing Higher. So I don't know
Wasn't
if
about-
that made his Achilles pop, but no.
He went real high. Too high.
Mm.
Too high.
Anyway, that's cool.
Icarus
Mm.
flew too close to the
It's interesting.
sun.
I think they lost like 50 games or 100 games last year, or something like that. Crazy. It's a pretty quick turnaround from a terrible season.
Well, there's only one team that went worst to first, and that was the 1991 Minnesota Twins.
Worst to first, huh?
Worst to first, had the worst record, and then managed to come back and win the whole dang thing. And people will say, "Wait a minute, didn't the because the Braves also went worst and then went to the World Series?" But it's like, but they of course didn't go to first because there's only one champion, and they were not the champion. So. Yeah, no, anyway. I was there, 1991. In the stands, baby. My someday I'll go watch the Vikings play in a Super Bowl. Probably not.
Someday.
Someday.
Don't hold your breath.
I won't.
What? Do you have like a wacky ass owner like Dallas?
No, Zygmunt and I can't remember his brother's name. Zygmunt owns the majority share and his brother owns the minority share. They are two businessmen from New York that purchased it from, what was it, Red McCombs back in the day? Trying to remember who they bought it from again.
I don't know.
But yeah.
So it's a business for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just, and yeah, well, they're all businesses, baby.
Well, sure.
I mean, they bought it for whatever it was, like 600 million, probably, or whatever, and it's probably worth $2 billion.
Oh, they're all.
Now.
It's so crazy how valuable the NFL is now. It's just unreal.
Mm-hmm. All of them.
And the big thing about that is
Got the
that
best TV deal in sports.
Oh, they do it, yeah, and for good reason. I mean, it's just like, remember when all the NFL was on CBS and NBC or whatever? Then it was just like, oh, and then you always knew it's like the NFC games were on this and the AFC games were on that. And then it was like, wait a minute,
That's how Dallas became America's team.
Yep. And then Monday Night Football,
they were the team that they showed when your team wasn't playing.
Yeah. And then Monday Night Football, if I remember correctly, Monday Night Football started being shown on something else. Like ABC got Monday Night Football or something. I could be misremembering. But then now it's all up for grabs. ESPN's got games, Amazon's got games,
Yep. Well, money talks.
Yep.
I mean, you talk to anybody
in Germany?
Yeah. Nobody likes the fact that there's Thursday night games. The players hate it.
I'm sure.
Because it just doesn't give it time to heal. And
Friday night game would be better.
But yeah, but nobody wants a Friday night game because then you might have to fight for ratings and everything.
Yeah.
You can tell me if there's a Friday night game, people would watch it.
Well, they would, but it just wouldn't do as well as.
What else is there to do on Friday night?
Well, because you go to Friday night football games, high school football games, like in Texas or bigger than
Friday
the
Night
NFL
Lights, right?
games.
Yeah, you answer your own question. There you go.
Okay.
Mm.
Do
Do we really
games
need
lately,
another
Anthony?
game?
Well, Anthony has like the worst internet of all time, or somebody in his
He's
house
on dial-up.
He's on dial-up.
I live in the boonies.
So AT&T is shutting down all their copper.
Are they?
Like I told you, they threatened to shut me down, right?
No.
If I didn't upgrade to fiber. I'm like, I'm trying to upgrade to fiber, guys. Please
Yeah.
come install it.
At some point, they'll just say, "Let's."
You should get
Remember when you
Starlink.
remember when people would have DSL?
If it weren't so expensive, I probably would.
We had DSL. We didn't have cable. We had DSL.
And that was like that stood for direct satellite link, right?
No. It's digital subscriber line.
Digital subscriber line. Okay.
Yeah. It's still
Yeah.
copper.
Yeah.
It's a
Just runs
copper
through your phone.
technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember because it came through the phone lines. At least it did where I was. They have.
Yeah,
Which is copper.
It's a copper twisted pair.
Very tiny.
The good old days.
That fiber optic. I'm
yeah.
surprised. That's a pain in the ass to work with. I'm surprised they.
DSL is still around, says Kabuki. Not for long.
Not for AT&T at least.
It's all cable,
No, because
baby.
all the copper guys are like getting old. There's no tech. Nobody learns it anymore because it's not a thing.
Nah, he still got it. Really?
I don't think so. They have to have technicians that know how to deal with the higher problems, right?
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't think they're training anybody to do it. Like
That could be a
everybody's getting
thing, yeah.
trained on new stuff, so eventually you age out your
Yeah.
expertise.
That could be a thing too. I noticed that with the trains. I worked on a newer generation of trains.
ISDN, yeah.
That's weird though.
We thought about getting an ISD line in our old house. Was that crazy?
Did it?
Because my roommate was the owner of Shack News, Sugar Shack.
Mm,
You remember Sugar Shack?
No.
Sugar Shack? No? That was in the 90s, man, when internet was just talking about Doom and Quake. Those days.
Again, the good old days.
The good old days.
For you. Now it's somebody's good old days. Yeah.
The salad years, as they are.
With all the things that have happened that make life better, would you still want to go back to the 90s if you could?
Yes, because I don't think technology really made life better.
Maybe.
I don't. Yeah.
You'd do it? You'd go?
Probably.
You teleport, time travel?
It's tough to tell because I was younger and I wasn't really as
let's say you had the
aware.
knowledge of what you know now, and then just you can relive the 90s. Obviously, you can't benefit in any way, right? I'm gonna put that restriction on you. You just have to go back in time.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm older now and I'm looking at it through a different viewpoint if I were to go back in time. You know,
Actually, what if you could just rewind it?
Depending on the year. Yeah.
What?
Depending on the time, yeah, maybe. I've had some bad shit.
Yeah, you've had some bad stuff.
Yeah.
Like the time you got run over by a
Like
train.
if you could just rewind to the 90s and live in that world now.
We're talking about the 90s.
Not relive all the bad shit, just like live a new 90s.
Probably. Like again, what I said, I don't think most technology is really beneficial to us. The phones definitely I don't think are.
No, I mean the phones are
what's wrong with
light
phones?
on society.
It's what comes with the phones, you know. Constantly having a phone on you is one thing. You know, you have no time to yourself to decompress anymore. On top of that, it's the social media aspect of it and all that. Even stuff like going through the drive-through and shit. If you have a problem, instead of being able to talk to somebody and resolve it, you gotta go through 30 steps on the phone.
Oh,
yeah.
I'd like to say this, and I'm sorry to talk over you, but you made me think of something. Something that annoys me about going to like McDonald's or something. When you get into the drive-through, and then there's that voice that says, "Hi, are you using the McDonald's app today?" And it sounds like a normal person. Like in the past, like in the past, you get that it was obvious it was a robot, you know, talking to you. Hi, welcome to McDonald's. Are you using your app today? And then you say no. And then there's like this weird pause, and then you hear this. Just like, God.
Yeah, it's a pre-canned greeting.
I'll say
Yeah.
this
Is that
though,
what
if
it
you
is
if you
now?
are
Like they've made a
but
pre-canned
if
ingredient?
you are gonna get McDonald's, the McDonald's app is a pretty sweet deal. They usually give you a coupon like almost every 3-4 days of like free sandwich for purchasing another sandwich. You know, it's kind
I've
of
sadly removed McDonald's from my diet, unfortunately. We do go there though for the ice cream.
there you go.
I was
The
never a
cone is
huge fan of
180
it.
calories.
Man, Debbie Downer over here. Where you go
I
out?
know, I'm sorry. Just reality.
You're going to a fast food place, Scott.
Believe me, I would eat a Big Mac. I would eat the shit out of a Big Mac right now if I could.
I've been having a weird thing with my doctors about my diet. Like, one sent me into a dietitian, said you got to eat more. The other was going, you got to eat less of certain things.
They don't
And it's
know.
like,
Nobody
make,
knows. Nobody knows anything.
All
like
the
even
practice. for a
even
reason.
my doctor's like, how many times do you eat? I was like, usually one meal. He's like, what do you eat? I was like, basically whatever the fuck I want. It's one meal a day. You know?
Many doctors do promote that intermittent fasting. You're basically intermittent fasting.
Yeah, for
Now, if you're trying to lose weight, intermittent fasting it works.
it's not even that.
Can
It's-
work.
When I was in the hospital for a few months, it just changed my whole outlook on food
Yeah,
in general. You
For
know?
sure.
But yeah, nobody knows.
I do.
You do? What do you?
I do.
I do know if I'm going to McDonald's, I'm not expecting
Are
something
you
of quality.
are you a
You know?
are you a premium pass holder there, Lance? No, you're not. You're a
premium pass holder
Sure.
for what?
well, you know, if you're a premium BGG con, you get to pick a game. I was just wondering if you had done that, or you're
Oh.
basically you're exhibitor.
Yeah, and,
Keith
and I
is the
and
pre-
I and
Keith
I
is the
know
premium.
and I know a guy, so you know, I mean, it's just like I don't
Yeah,
really.
but I
worry
don't
about
have any pull on that library, man.
None
Look,
at all.
It's a tight ship. I bet someone wrote me today. Well, I'll say someone. One of my employees wrote me today and said, "Do you have this game checked out?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do." Like I didn't actually check it out. Like I just took the box. Like,
So
they wrote me today, and they're like, "Do you have this game? Do you know where this game is?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got it."
oh, that's good.
They're incredibly efficient.
You know,
And
so,
thorough.
and it'll be
And
a
thorough.
cold day in hell before you get it back.
Yeah, I should hope they are. You're only 2 weeks away from the con, Scott. They need the library for that.
I know I need to
Yeah.
get back to them. Believe me, my eyes are bigger than the stomach for gaming right now. Like I take like 5-6 games home, and then I play one.
One. Yeah.
We played the one game of Matrix.
You do have a tight run ship.
Oh, I
over
played the
there.
Evenfall though. I played a few games this weekend.
Even fall.
Mhm.
It's just fun. I'd say
Just fun.
that is one band out of all the things, all the bands I ever did security for and stuff like that, concerts. I never did one for Pearl Jam. It's weird. I did one for like, I mean, pretty much name any other grunge band, and I did I did one for Soundgarden. I did one for Nirvana. I did one for Stone Temple Pilots. Yeah.
Only one of them bands have all their members still alive. So they're
Well, no, but I mean, I'm talking about back in the day, right? I mean, I never did one for, I never did had it. I never. That's just weird. I mean, I've seen them. I've seen Pearl Jam. I mean, I've gone to a concert of theirs, but I never have I ever, as they say, as the saying goes. Did I ever do that? Which just now that I'm thinking about it, that just seems weird to me. That never happened. Interesting. Interesting if true.
Interesting.
Fascinating.
Fascinating.
You know, we
go
had
ahead.
Halloween yesterday, right? The day before, whatever day.
I'm familiar with the
It
holiday.
was yesterday.
We get less and less kids, so Jen gets less and less can. Like she used to hand out boxes of these full bars and shit, but now we're down to like one party size bag of candy to give out because we had 5 pieces of candy left over yesterday. It was like, is that like a thing? Like, there's no kids anymore? What the hell is going on?
Well, I mean, communities kind of age out, right? I mean,
Yeah, but there's a
As your
younger
neighborhoods get
generation.
older.
I'm right near a
how-
school. I mean, if the weather's nice, we have over 100 kids. You know, sometimes mean, yesterday it was snowing and it was like 20 degrees out, and we still had close to 70 kids.
What?
Really, we've never had that many here. This neighborhood it flips a lot, but still, it's yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, we never had over like I say 30 or 50, 40, yeah, probably. Reminds me, I gotta take the decorations down. After it warms up a little. It's fucking freezing here.
Well, the temperature just dropped here. It's in the 40s.
It dropped here too a couple days ago. I had a frost warning.
Where is everybody tonight? Nobody? Nothing?
No, we got.
Anybody-
Well, I'm not
I
enough
mean, I
for
guess
you.
we could do a initials.
Well, it's
We
just me
will,
and
we
you,
will.
Scott. That's
I'm
no
just,
fun.
I'm gonna give people another like good.
No Matt, no Evan.
I think Anthony's frozen. He's giving us a dead eye.
Yeah, I think he's frozen.
He has given us the dead eye.
Evil eye.
Evan, it's too early for Evan.
So when in my old neighborhood, we would get like hundreds of kids until they locked the gates, and then it turned into like 10.
10.
Yeah, because the neighbor, the other neighborhoods would come into our neighborhood,
Yeah.
and then they did this thing where they put a security guard at the gate, which I think is kind of shitty.
Yeah.
I never supported it.
When I was a kid, we used to have 2 Halloweens, one for the neighborhood and then one, on the general on Halloween day. It was sort of like what they do now with the kids. I forget what they call it when they do it at school. They call it this.
Trunk or treat.
Yeah, that's what it was. My neighbor did that, and they came out to show me the costumes before they went, and the one was dressed up as a character in one of them shooter games, Call of Duty, I think. He had like
As a shooter game.
he had like a tactical vest on and some kind of mask with a skull or something on it, and then a helmet. And he was complaining, I can't take a Nerf gun to school, and I'm like, wow, yeah.
Different,
Yeah,
it's a different
yeah,
day and age, man.
different age, yeah. Mm.
It's a different world, baby.
Yeah, I never played any of it. Well, I played a couple of the World War II ones, but I haven't played pretty much any video game on a machine in 15 or 20 years. Yeah. No, Jen had the Nintendo Wii when we got together. So 15 years ago.
The Wii.
The Wii. Hey, would you bone?
Not now. We're not doing AI companion ever.
Hey, would Jablomi is on?
So, true story, and I'd have to like, here, I have to find it again. It's on my phone, and I don't know how to share something that's on my phone. But
I have something to talk about.
I'll go for it.
Did you see the announcement from Level 99 Games today?
No, what's up with them?
No.
Let me see if I can find the actual wording of it.
Okay.
I don't want to summarize it.
They did what did they do? I know I played their games. Oh, the Alien, one of them first Alien type games.
Alien? They said we're not doing ads for Bullet. We're not running any ads for Bullet Universe. Greetings, friends. This will be my first personal blog in a long time. Might be a little soapboxy, but I hope that it'll stay on and hear me out and even leave me a comment on your thoughts at the end. I'm guessing this is Brad Dalton.
Oh yeah, he's.
In 2 weeks, we're going to be launching the new Kickstarter project, Bullet Universe, which includes reprints of all the Bullet projects as well as new 2 expansions. A modern Kickstarter project, even one that's fairly well known, like Bullet, puts a lot of work into advertising. We typically spend from anywhere from 15 to 25% of a project's budget on ads and direct marketing. Ads can be effective. At the same time, I hate that I'm pushing all this money towards big corporations. like Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit, which are actively making the world a worse place for all of us. That's interesting. I discussed these feelings with the team, and they were met with agreement all around. After those talks, we decided to try a different marketing tactic this time, one that I'm really excited to share with you. We're taking all the money that would spend on ads for Bullet and using it to commission a wide variety of independent artists to draw and share our original characters. We see a ton of advantages to this approach. First and foremost, we're supporting the artists themselves who can use the money and deserve the opportunity. We'll get to expand the world of Bullet with new pieces of art, which may eventually find themselves in art books, promos, or other merchandise. Exciting. By injecting a large number of commissions into the art ecosystem, we can help amateurs achieve professional status and live their dreams. By working with artists and supporting them, we'll meet fans who are excited to support and share their content. This will create more chatter and engagement in a more passionate community that any normal ad can manage. We'll get to work with a bunch of great artists, and maybe we'll discover a unique style that can define one of our future games. That said, the strategy isn't without risks. Ads are used so widely because they're known to be effective. They carry a low risk relative to cost. Art direction can be involved and expensive. You have to get to know people and you have to work with them. But for this, our most popular property, we've decided to take the chance and see how it goes. Perhaps we also got caught up in the excitement of seeing all the new art come to life. If you want to see other art, check out #BulletUniverse. In an age where many publishers are turning to generative art to cut costs and accelerate production, we're working to forge a different path that can give back to the art and board game communities and elevate both. When Bullet launches in 2 weeks, I hope you'll join us and participate in this experiment. When you back Bullet Universe, you'll be getting a great award-winning game, but also helping to support the independent art community and telling us other publishers that this is a strategy that can work. Check out the project here. Click. To our fellow publishers out there, I hope you will watch and see what we can accomplish by sending our dollars to independent art community rather than use these social media corporations. Maybe it will be the right path for you as well. As to the artists out there, if you're interested in working with us on Bullet, email us at support@level99games.com. So, interesting comment on the making social media a worse place. But anyway, I thought it was interesting. And I guess not sure what to think of it.
I'm not sure.
Any thoughts?
I have a few.
I mean, good for him. I mean, I know Brad Talton. I mean, he does.
I do too. Yeah,
he doesn't do things willy nilly.
He supported us a lot for many years.
I will be interested.
Full disclosure,
to see
he does buy ads from BGG, by the way. I'm not being sour milk about, or sour sour apples. What's the sour grapes?
Sour grapes.
I don't know what the term is. Yeah, sour grapes.
Oh yeah, I mean that's.
Oh, he's not paying for ads at BGG's.
Well, he does pay for ads, but they are, once a year.
This isn't implemented yet. Is that
I don't know. I mean, maybe he will. He didn't mention BGG in that
right
Facebook, Reddit, Twitter. He didn't lump us in with that, but anyway.
I don't look at BGG as that, Scott. I see BGG as its own entity.
Right. I don't really feel that it's the same, but
I don't think it's social media as.
But it's interesting that he wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing from reading this, he's sending money to other artists to make art for him. I'm guessing there's going to be some kind of licensing thing. Because they can't really, would they be able to sell their art? I mean, I don't know. I guess there's some questions, but does he own the art? To
me, it sounds like
or it's just to put 10 to 15% of his budget into just. I guess he's expecting something out of it. Maybe the community that those artists have, like every artist has like a community, right? Like they have Instagrams or whatever, all their stuff, DeviantArts. Their community will be interested in the game that they're drawing pictures for and then go buy that game. Like that's the goal. Right?
I mean, and I'm such a negative Nancy on this stuff. It's been my experience. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think a lot of people are like, yeah, I like their art. I don't like board games though. So I'm not going to buy that just because that art is on there. I mean, I'm sure there are some.
One of the bullet points was to attract a new audience of people to buy the game. Right? Did I make that up?
No, I think you said that, but I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, people just get into their little niches, right? And they don't they don't step out of them really.
Maybe I
easily.
did. Maybe I did make that up.
Dude,
No,
just
I think you
make
said
up your
that. I
mind.
think-
No, I don't think I did.
You
Because
did, Scott. I heard you. I'm messing with you.
By injecting a large number of commissions in the art ecosystem, we can help more amateurs achieve professional status and live their dreams. By working with artists and supporting them, we'll meet fans who are excited to support and share their content. This will create more chatter and engagement and more passionate community, more than any normal ad can manage. We will get to work with a bunch of great artists and we'll discover a unique style. I don't know.
I
It's
believe
sort
that
of, it's an underlying thing, right? Like we're not spending ads. We're going to support artists that leverage their communities. So it's sort of like an advertisement, but like in a different way. Anyway, whatever. I get it.
I think it could be possible, Scott. I don't remember. Plaid Hat did a game. I don't remember if it was Dead of Winter or that other one, but remember the artist that they found and that she created a lot of hype for a couple years. People were after her. There's certain other artists throughout the industry, so that I could see.
There's
going
plenty
for
of
that.
those crossovers where you hire an artist that has a great amount of followers.
Yeah, but I mean, some of them were really big. I can't remember who it was with Plaid Hat, but I remember people were talking about that person for a couple years, and they found him off of some odd site or something.
DeviantArt.
I don't remember. It could have
Okay.
been, yeah. But to me, as a consumer,
do you have any opinion about this, Matt? I don't know if you've heard any of it.
I just got the tail end of it.
Yeah. Someone else summarize it.
oh, you're not. I thought you were.
Lance, summarize it for me.
Brad Talton isn't going to spend money on ads in on a bunch of different places. Instead, what he's going to do is he's going to spend all of his money that he normally would spend on ads. He's going to spend it on
Artists.
artists. Trying to get them
hiring artists to make art for their game, but not
Depends on
officially part of the
how
game.
good his grassroots network is, I guess.
yeah.
I mean, if he's got a great word of mouth network that is organic without having him to have an ad spend, then good for him.
Yeah.
He might.
If it doesn't work out, I guess it's an experiment, right?
Yeah. Sure.
I think it's a worthwhile experiment, probably.
To me, as a consumer and nobody in the industry at all, it sounds
How much
like he's
did the
trying
last
to
bullet
grab
make?
the coattails of this AI thing.
How much what?
I was wondering how much money the last project made. Sorry, Barry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
To me, it sounds like he's just trying to grab the coattails of this AI fucking hype now. Notice he didn't name any designers or the other guys behind the scenes. It was just artists. Yeah, he's trying to save money. Everybody in the industry is trying to do that. Yeah,
He's going to spend the money on other people, like he's putting into artists.
That's what and I'm sure he has the intent to. But
right.
yeah, to me, like I said, people are going to use this AI thing to either bitch about it or ride the coattails until it becomes the thing of the future. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't know the guy. I don't know what his intentions are, but being a union rep and seeing a lot of this shit using hype and shit before, that's what it looks like to me.
That's the bottom line.
And that's how I see it.
That's how I see it. But I do agree with him that the social media is not good. Yeah.
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 Yeah. So, Matt, how would you, if they didn't mention artists, say, designers or something that wasn't in your field, how would you look at it?
Me?
Yeah. Doesn't affect either way.
So, just so I had this correct, why would anybody have a negative? I mean, apart from opinion, is this something that some part of the community should be taking offense to?
I don't see why
he was something interesting. Is it different?
Yeah, no, it totally is. It totally is interesting. I'm curious as to how it works out. I mean, it's just the last thing I want to do. I mean, I've never had to advertise, right? Apart from like all of my business is generated from word of mouth and from relationship building. One-on-one. I don't buy ad spends.
Right.
Mind you, I'm not trying to sell a product.
Right, but the
Yeah.
games you make or work on get advertised, marketed in some way.
Absolutely, they
Assuming
do. I
they
mean,
buy
some of
ads, or
them,
they
I'm sure
hire
some of them do. Yeah,
content creators to social media influencer marketing,
Yeah.
advertising,
I don't
Facebook
know.
ads.
I mean, I don't know.
BGG ads. Yeah.
I don't know what. I'm curious to see. I mean, especially for, I think for I'm not finishing any thoughts, and I'm sorry. For any established companies, like someone like, AEG, or someone like, Simon or whatever, if they were to not do ad spends, they have a following that just check anyways.
Yeah.
Probably so.
And
Yeah,
then
mailing lists. People have their
word-
mailing
yeah,
lists
exactly.
and all that stuff. Yeah.
I mean, if Level 99 is just resorting to their own mailing list, depending on how exhaustive or how wide reaching that is, that might be good enough.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it works out.
Well, my thing is, why even mention it? I mean,
Well, that is. I mean, that's a fair point,
Well,
right?
that in itself is a marketing maneuver.
yeah,
It's almost like that. I kind of look at it like that episode of Mad Men. I'm quitting tobacco. We're quitting tobacco, or whatever it was, where they just fired Lucky Strike as their client, because they're not advertising tobacco anymore and all that stuff. Announcing something you're not doing versus something you're doing.
Right.
It's funny. I just started listening
Good
to
negative marketing.
a new podcast called Build a Better Agency. And it's just all about this guy. He has this company called Agency Improvement or Agency Management Institute or something like that, where he just consults with agencies to help them grow themselves and stuff like that. And 3 out of 4 episodes that he has have guest stars or guest speakers on, and guests. And a lot of this stuff comes up, like advertising and shit like that. It's pretty cool, but I don't know. I've never had the want or the money to advertise.
The want or the money.
Well,
I
if things started going slow on your end, how would you get the word out? I guess you would just put out the word, like, in your network.
I would do that, yeah.
Yeah.
Personally, for what I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I would put my
you would
money.
never try to get new clients by just putting an ad on Facebook or something or whatever.
I would take the
don't even know if that's
$10,000 and go to Essen next year.
You would what?
I'd take $10,000 and go to Essen next year.
10,000
Canadian,
I know.
as would say.
Oh,
Canadian is $50.
Yeah.
You made the old Canadian joke.
Well, I mean, it's probably what, a couple of $3,000.
It'll be a
for
few
the hotel.
$1,000. Yeah, it would be a few
Yeah.
$1,000. At least.
So, and there's the flight, which is probably at least $1,200. So,
yeah,
somewhere
$1,000
between
for the
6 and
hotel,
8.
$1,200 for the flight plus food,
and I can't go to Europe without bringing Giselle. So,
double.
Yeah, she probably wouldn't like that.
well, we've never been to Europe, so
Exactly. You definitely wouldn't like
Essen's not a great place to start, but yeah, you should do Paris ahead of time and then go to Essen.
yeah.
that. That's just not a good
That's
place
my
to
suggestion.
start.
No, there's nothing in Essen.
So I installed security cameras finally at the shop.
Oh, you got them in?
Yeah.
What'd you go with, if I may ask?
I went with a company called Eufy,
Yuffie?
EUFY.
You're fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
You
they're
fucking
just-
idiot.
They were $65, they're $50 each.
Oh yeah, that's a good price.
You stick them in the window.
Are they
so-
4K?
They aren't.
Okay. Oh, they.
You really need
They are
4K though. and-
Oh, you should get a 4K.
Why?
Well, you got to be able to zoom in on their faces.
From what I got, it's pretty
can
good.
get it?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, if you're walking
Yeah,
in front
we
of this guy,
Okay.
as long as it's
Right.
not like the pixel from the 90s.
So I've got one on either side of the door, mounted in the window, so I can't do the night vision
Okay,
because it goes through glass.
right.
Oh,
We
that
don't have
doesn't work?
control over the outside. We can't run cables inside or anything. So
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Hopefully
we
you'll
could, but it's a
catch
big
somebody.
hassle. And if it gets to that point, we'll get the landlord.
What do you do with the video if you catch somebody?
Give it to the police? Attach it to the police report.
Put out an
Yeah.
APB.
So it
Yes.
goes. The video goes straight to my Synology.
Oh, you're okay. You're capturing it.
Yeah, it's recording 24/7. And I did the math, and it only keeps 30 days rotating.
That's all you need. You probably don't even
And
need that. You probably just
I
need
know
like-
you don't even need that. 2
Yeah,
weeks.
what are you
is
gonna do?
fine.
Like 30 days ago, I got robbed.
But
Yeah.
I clocked it at about 250 gigabytes for
A day.
the 30 days per camera,
Yeah, it's pretty
That's
good.
Cool.
which I have the room for.
Yeah.
So
On the trains, we had this technology when it was fairly new. We had to do it every 3 days, or else it would repeat itself. But it was the same thing when we did it. If anything were to happen, we'd
Yeah.
have to pull it.
You would have the one I've got. You can download part
Yeah.
of it. You can set a time to download, and it'll just download the cameras.
Yeah, but that's what we had to do. We had to narrow it down to the time to give the footage over with a police report and all this other nonsense. Sometimes we had to go to
Like
court.
we had some guy walk. Did I tell you about the guy that walked into the lobby and was completely stoned? Like he was grabbing everything that was not nailed down.
You told me when I was at the building. I don't know
Yeah,
if
you
you
were
said
there.
it publicly.
Yeah, no, I watched him the whole time. I'm like, don't answer that door. I told them I called over to the building and I'm like, do not answer that door. Because the doors are like, there's a door and there's a lobby and then a door. Like don't answer the door.
Yeah,
Let him go.
it's that's kind of expected in your case. I mean, you're in an industrial area. I mean,
Yeah, it's an industrial area.
we ran
People
into
can
that.
just walk in there.
We were in it in the trains. People would come up walk across the trains, passing trains going by into the car house. Like, what the hell are you doing here, dude? You're going to get yourself killed. It just certain neighborhoods. It just happens. Yeah.
Hey man, it happens.
Oh, it's when you're getting high and all that, you're usually not in the nicest of neighborhoods, and if you are, you're indoors.
Well, hopefully you don't have it to ever use the video, Matt.
Yeah.
Well, that
I'll be
was go for it.
We
And then-
lost them. So did anybody break in or steal something from you this week, man? It's been a couple weeks in a row now.
for me, no.
That's good.
No. Although I was packaging a rule book today for a client, and one of the guys I used to work with, and he's new. He was new to working with us. He, unbeknownst to me, he used a plugin that allowed you to use a Google document to feed the content into an InDesign document.
Okay.
And so if you change the Google document, it automatically updates and shit like that. So when I went to package it, it said, cannot package this file. You're missing a plugin. I'm like, what the fuck? So, I mean, I downloaded the trial of this thing, so I was able to package it. But what I'm worried about now is my client going to have this issue when they try and do shit? So that was a bit of a grievance today.
Grievances aplenty.
Yeah. Although we did have a good session at D&D tonight. It was just one big fucking encounter.
Those can be good and bad.
Good,
Yeah,
man.
it was really good. It was Lance, you know Dragonlance stuff, eh, Lance?
Oh yeah.
So basically they fought Verminard with
Ooh.
the cleric, and
Yeah,
he had this-
from the first book.
yeah, but they've been breezing through all their encounters, so I'm like, I stuck this guy in there. Because he's not in this adventure, that the Dragonlance adventure that you get, the new one. So I just stuck him in there. I found his stats online. And he has his mace that blinds people when he hits them, right?
Yep. He says midnight after he hits them. And then
Exactly. And yeah, it turned out really good. It was a good encounter. It was a really fun encounter. It was like 2.5 hours for the encounter.
Really?
Yeah. And that was only 10 enemies.
How long is your average session, Matt?
Our session, we get there at 7:30 and we usually wrap up around 10:30. So it's
Is
not
that
very long.
Is that a hard out or is just what normally happens?
Well, we get there at 7:30, we gab for about 15 minutes at least.
At
And
least,
then-
yeah.
Yeah.
And then we wrap up between 10 and 10:30. Tonight was a little bit quarter to 11.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't
so-
sure if you just had like a hard timeout. Yeah.
No. But
Okay.
I think my guys would time out around 11 o'clock. You know, it's like, oh, we got to get up for work in the morning.
I sincerely doubt you're gonna be able to read this. It sucks. But I mean, so there was on the front page of the newspaper, the Fargo Forum. I'll just read this thing.
Is that hockey?
No, it was significant snowfall forecast
Jesus.
over the next few days, and there was a picture.
Gotta be
The
big.
picture and the picture was of two people that were shoveling out a car, basically, because it was covered in snow. Something that I'm sure Matt is familiar with.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it says, but these two people were shoveling, and the caption on this was on our newspaper. This is from like 10, 11, 12 years ago. It said, Gene Massif left, and Haywood Jablomi right to dig out a parking space for Massif's daughter's car that was stuck in a drift Saturday in an apartment complex in Fargo.
What an idiot.
What
you
was the
guys-
first name?
Haywood.
Jiblomi.
Oh, the other name.
Oh, Gene Massif. It was a normal name, but you know they asked the other guy.
Oh.
It's like, hey, what? Can I get your name? Sure. It's Haywood. Okay. What's the last name? Jablome. How do you spell that? Jablome. All right, cool. Thanks. Yeah, no problem.
Did you guys ever see this? This is a Canadian car chase.
Canadian car chase. Breaking news.
Break.
Is there a sound?
There is.
That's funny.
They're both stuck. I like it.
You'll catch him eventually.
This is a Tim. Oh, it's a Midas commercial for.
Yeah, I know it was staged. Yeah.
Car ready for one term.
Wait, I was thinking about
I
that.
just called yesterday to get my tires switched over, and I have to wait until I get back from Dallas.
Why?
This is not long of a wait to get in.
Oh, really? Wow.
We had our first snowfall a couple of days ago, and I guess everybody was like, "Oh fuck!" Well, there's a meme, and it shows everybody off the highway, slid off the highway. It says the annual meeting of the Summer Tires Club. It's in winter, and they slid off the highway because they have summer tires.
Yeah.
All you people that don't realize, what do you have summer tires and winter tires, Lance?
Oh yeah.
We used it down here, man. It just
It's
hasn't
just
been
winter tires.
cold enough. No, I remember using chains and shit when I was younger. It
Oh, we've
just
never
hasn't
done
been
that.
cold enough here.
Winter tires are big knobby things that actually
Yeah.
throw the ice and snow away from your car.
They're important.
Yeah, some of them are studded too, depending on. But studded ones tear up the road, so it's a very bad thing.
Yeah.
Definitely very bad.
Bad.
So this is
Yeah.
the resolution from our camera.
Yeah,
There's
let's
some
see the
work
camera.
out there.
Can you-
There's some.
you got a
There's a
live
van
feed?
out there now that they're doing some work, so I'm getting notifications like every
Oh.
5 minutes.
That'll catch somebody. Probably.
Yeah.
If they look up.
Yeah.
What the hell is that van's doing there? Call
Pressure
the cops.
Go to cops.
You have no idea what that guy's doing. He's up to no good, I tell you.
They're making noise. I don't know. They're running some kind of fucking machine.
Have I shown you my camera system?
Is that the one where the guy drove into the building or the tree?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, those were the old cameras. I don't have that on the new one.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can bring it up.
I don't remember.
Like these cameras can be defeated pretty easily. Like if somebody comes in at a sheer angle and just puts their hand over it because it's in the window,
Yeah.
it can literally easily defeat it. But if anybody's watching,
From what I understand from your previous encounters, Matt, your criminals aren't really there when they're
They are
doing
not
things.
intelligent, no.
Yeah.
Holy cow. That's a
Holy
lot of
cow.
cameras.
Why are they black and white spot? Just a safe space?
Well, they're night cameras.
It's night.
Outer
Yeah,
night?
I mean, obviously that's because the lights are,
Bright enough. Yeah.
bright enough. And
Is
this
that the camera that somebody drove into?
yeah, this is where the car
Yeah.
hit the tree. But that's the full resolution. I don't know if that's coming through.
Yeah.
But you can, I mean, you can zoom in and stuff. It's a 4K.
Yeah. Eventually we'll get something like that. I think I'm gonna get a
Yeah,
third
so like,
camera.
you know,
Is this on your Synology? Is this plugging into your Synology?
this is a separate server.
Oh, is it?
There's our
Eventually, we'll be totally and completely secure.
Yeah, so the guy, he went through the entire thing. There was papers here. He took every paper. He opened the drawer. There was a rock in there. Like one of Scott's, one of my buddy's kids put a rock in there because he's just fooling around.
Hmm.
He took the rock. He yanked on the doors, both doors, because these are both locked during the day. Anyway, cool.
Did you say awesome?
Awesome. That's weird. I haven't seen night vision like that. Usually they have
Awesome.
some
That's
kind
a
of
night
color
vision.
hue, like an orange
It works
or
pretty well.
yellow. Yeah. Night vision.
I mean, have you caught? I mean, you caught that one weirdo guy, but I mean, have you ever like has
Luckily,
have you
no. Knock on wood. Nobody has done anything lately. I
lately?
mean, I have video of the guy who did the graffiti, but what am I going to do with that?
Yeah, you won't.
Find out where he lives and graffiti his house.
Nah, they don't give a fuck about that. Wasting time.
It costs like $500 to fix that, by the way.
Send a couple of
Really?
guys over.
Well, it had to be painted over and then painted over again. You know, like you can't just get it off. You have to like do a primer and all that shit. Stupid.
Yeah, it's a couple of coats of paint.
It's like multi coats.
What was it that they got? What was it? The wall or the sign?
You just spray painted the wall.
The wall.
Yeah.
They charge you $500. Wow.
Well, you know, it's like by the hour, and it was hot.
Do they
That seems like a lot.
do they spray paint the grass in your property?
They
They do that in Texas, don't they?
Oh yeah, no, it's just regular grass.
Matt, when you become the $85 million man, then you can get 4K cameras.
You get real grass.
4K, yeah.
Oh, 4K, yeah, 4K. Well,
Yeah.
What do you work
What
for?
I
you
do
may
for
never
real
need it.
grass
I mean,
grass
honestly, I
too.
don't think you're gonna have that problem again, Matt. You know,
Yeah.
like, did you replace the planters? Are they new ones now? No. Yeah.
Solid
those-
gold ones.
What about those tables there? Are those like you could walk away with those?
Easily.
Yeah, they're like liftable, right? They're not.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
not strapped on with like heavy weights. Yeah.
They had need for the planners.
We bring the chairs inside so that
I see people like on our like
are they dead people?
no, yeah. I see when like there's a few cafes and restaurants on Broadway in Fargo, and they chain their tables and chairs to the front of their building.
Yeah, we used to do that at
Yeah,
the
that's-
restaurants I worked
yeah.
at.
It's a common thing, yeah.
You used to get like the plastic coated cables, and then you just loop it and
Yeah.
do the tamper proof nuts on it.
I mean, I don't mean to be crazy, but it's just kind of like, I mean, if somebody really wants to steal your table, I mean, they're going to bring something to cut the chain.
I mean, it's mostly for drunk people.
That too, yeah.
You know, it doesn't take much to deter a drunk person.
yeah,
So
I
the one-
suppose.
The one cool thing about these Rio links, it has AI that it can detect people, so you don't have to like look through the video to find any. You know, like when you're doing a playback, you can filter out dogs, animals,
Oh, really?
cars, people, and then you just turn all the filters off and just turn the people on. You can jump
Why
right.
would you
towards
want to
people.
filter out dogs? They're awesome.
Because if you're looking back for something.
So what happens if Bigfoot walks by?
Oh man, the AI is.
It
fucked.
doesn't know
It
what
will
to
not
do.
figure that out.
Yeah.
Is it a people? Is it an animal? What is it?
What is it?
It's real, whatever it is.
So I read a really cool article today. Did you guys hear about the Starship Enterprise?
What about?
So some guy found the long lost model of the Starship Enterprise, the original one.
The original? Really?
Yeah.
I thought that was destroyed.
Well,
The
so
wood
it was
one, right?
yes. So it was on Gene Roddenberry's desk,
Yeah.
and he had lent it out to the people who were working on one of the films. They put it in a storage container, and no one has seen it since.
That's
Some
cool.
guy apparently bought a storage unit, found it in it, put it on eBay a few days ago for
Oh.
$1,000 opening bid.
Oh, he didn't know what he
not
had.
knowing what it was.
Yeah, yeah.
And someone saw it, and people have been contacting him. He took the listing down, and they're working now to get it back to Roddenberry's family.
Oh, that's cool that he's getting back to the family.
Yeah, because the guy who built the original model, his name is on the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And it's a one-of-one thing. It's made of wood. But yeah, I thought that was kind of cool.
That is cool.
I think he was the same guy who made that shuttle that disappeared for years and years and came back. The life-size shuttle. I think it was the same design.
Well, I hope he gets some sort of finder's reward or something.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like
Yeah.
nefarious. He just bought a storage unit and it was in there. He's like, oh, this is cool. Someone made a model. It's a one of one. It's got to be worth $1,000.
Yeah.
They used to throw shit like that out all the time at the studios.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
A friend of mine would go down to the studios. I can't remember where in the States, but and literally dumpster dive behind the studio to get 8 mil and 16 mil film from the dumpsters.
Yeah. Yeah, they used to dump all
I can
that.
see that.
And that's stuff that was probably recorded over several times. And they couldn't record over it
Oh, yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, that's what we used to
Maybe,
have
I
with
don't
the
know.
Show and all that.
Yeah, because a lot of the old footage they don't have anymore because film was so expensive. They would just tape over it again.
You can do that?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can basically you'd like do some magnetic electric thing to it, and it would remove
Oh,
all
yeah.
of the stuff
Yeah.
off of it.
But you could only do it so many
Degaussing?
times, then you get a ghosting
Yep.
effect and
And
shit.
you get
When I worked in a radio station, before there were like CDs, and before like the
data cards.
yeah, the data cards, and then you'd run the data card over a magnet, this super powerful magnet. You just turn it on, the whole thing would just shake when you would do it, and then that would erase it, and then you would go and you'd record, a new song on the data card. The data, yeah. Because you wouldn't do it, you rarely would rarely spin a record. I mean, it was only if somebody requested something that you decided you wanted to play, and that's why back in the day when people were like, "Oh, can you play this record?" or "I want to request this song," you were just like, "No," because then I got to go find a record, and I gotta find the track, and then I gotta spin it up, and I gotta make sure that I play it right. No, it was just like, "No, sorry, there's no data card for that." And if you think I'm going to take the time to make the data card for it, because it wasn't a quick process either. Things that nobody does anymore.
Yep. When I was in college, our radio station at the school had them. We used to do the advertising on them.
Oh yeah,
So it's like, okay, you got to play this ad. You'd pop the thing in, you hit the button, and play the ad. You pull it back out, and then when the person's ad time, whatever they paid the number of times to run it, was out, you zapped it and recorded another one.
Yeah, I remember that. It was. We used to. I mean, boy, was that a lousy job. Everybody thinks, "Oh, it'd be great to work in the radio." No, it's pretty crummy actually. It's long hours of not getting paid a lot of money because there was always a train of people that wanted your job, and it wasn't fun. It just wasn't. It was cool for like 3 days.
Jobs usually aren't fun. I hate to break it to you.
No, I mean, because everything was programmed. Everything was like, it wasn't like you got a chance to like be yourself, like you or anything like you didn't be. There was those like 5 or 6 people that had the cool DJ jobs of like, oh, it's so and so in the afternoons, and he gets to have his wacky radio show. And I mean, maybe that's fun, but I'm sure that got boring as well. But no, when you were just, and plus the hours sucked because it was like, oh, you're going to come in and we're going to work for like 3 hours from 1 to 4, 5 days a week. Well, that's great. That's when you worked, it was like, and it wasn't like it was easy to have another part-time job that fit in. The only people that wanted that job were like, they wanted it for that little tiny bit of fame that like, oh, I'm on the radio. And that got old in a big hurry. I don't know.
You don't bitch
Well,
about
the
something
long
you did
story
30
short,
years ago?
it wasn't a fun job. It wasn't a good job. And if somebody says you should work in radio, yeah. As Anthony once famously said, I have a face for radio and a voice for print. And I don't work in radio, folks.
Yeah, because I'm sure they're watching this if they want it for pointers, right?
Yeah, you never know. You never know.
Radio, terrestrial radio, anyway, is just about dead anyway.
Well, and then radio. I mean, in a way, radio is dying too. I mean, there's enough like I think there's enough like live sports and stuff like that radio is still used for. But for the most part, I mean, who actively listens to radio? I know I do, just because I don't like having to try to pick what music I want to listen to. So if I have like an annoying thing I have to take care of at work, like I'll turn on my local radio, and it's usually what I'll turn on is just the classical radio station that's local.
Classical or classic rock?
Classical.
Really?
Yeah, just because it doesn't bother me. Because there's, even if I found classic rock, it's like, oh, a Toto song. I hate Toto. Just like things like that. So
oh man, fucking Vivaldi again.
Yeah, fucking
Rachmaninoff sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, there's like I said, like nobody listens to radio anymore because everybody's got their Spotify's and their
on demand now.
Yeah, I mean it's just like. So I was thinking about that. It's like, what's radio for? Well, maybe some
emergency broadcasting.
Well, yeah. But radio is for news. And there's no talk radio anymore either because everybody's got their own podcast. Why would I want to listen to some guy on talk radio maybe talk about something I care about when I can just tune in my podcast that talks about exactly the thing I want them to talk about? So I don't know.
I went to cancel my so we pay Bell for, we have a bundle, our internet, our home phone, and our TV.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a special price because you have multiple services and shit. And we don't watch like the actual cable box upstairs. Something happened and I have to reset it or something. I just haven't because we don't watch live TV.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go and cancel that, and I bet you it'd be cheaper in the end, anyways. I went to go cancel it. We're on the lowest possible television package, which is like 12 channels or something stupid thing. It's $22. I'm like, yeah, we're not gonna save more than that, so I'm just gonna leave it.
Yeah. All that older technology is getting phased out, which is what happens.
Yeah.
What sucks, I mean, it's probably different in Canada. Maybe it's not, but like here,
them Canadians.
Like I have the lowest package you could have on our cable thing, and I have like 175 channels. And the other day, I just happened to look and just keep track of it. We watched 5 of them.
Really?
Cable in the States is different than cable in Canada.
I should hope so.
Basic TV, so like the major networks and stuff like that, like cable to you is like, for you guys, is like HBO and premium channels like that, right?
Well, it's everything now.
Well,
it used to be
there's
this
more
that.
to it than that, but
Oh, really? Okay, because for here it's like cable TV is basically just like your local news stations, your whatever. It's just like basic television.
Oh, like everything comes on cable, but like the streaming services are extra. But like,
okay,
you can get like ESPN and ESPN.
Yeah,
Deportes
that's like us now too.
Yeah.
And
then-
we're kind of like that.
But then you can add on like HBO or Cinemax or those things. But I don't have any of those added things on. I just basically have the lowest package they have, and it's still a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, I think the TV packages, the cheapest one we have is $22, which is like $15 American.
Right.
Yeah, and we have
So like
option here.
$178 Canadian.
So this gives us, this actually gives us more channels than I thought. 1, 2, but half of them are French. Fuck. 8, 24, 30 channels.
Yeah, you can get what's called a local channel package, which would be what you'd have if you had an antenna on your roof.
Yeah, we get that for free. Actually, we can just put yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
We
they
still
don't have
can.
that anymore over here.
So ours
There's,
is like
there's
you know,
HD channels now.
You can still get them, yeah. You
Yeah.
just
Digital.
you gotta have the HD antenna.
You have to have an
can't use
HD
the
antenna.
rabbit ears like you used to
Yeah.
be able to.
for the basic, we get like ABC, CTV, Fox, Global, which is and CBC, NBC, and then a bunch of
right back.
French channels, and
I
then
got-
PBS. Pretty much is
PBS.
what it is. Oh, hello, Big Dad.
I do miss PBS. I got
Who's
rid of
that?
cable.
This
long
is
time ago.
Milo.
Hi, Milo.
He's being annoying, and the dog's on the floor here. He's being annoying.
Mhm.
Why don't you guys go upstairs to bed with mommy? Go.
Wah, wah. Oh man.
I got a question for you guys.
Shoot.
So when I got married, I was messing around with her dad. I said I got a dowry. I want 2 cases of beer, which I think I got greedy. I should have only went 1. I had a sheep because I'm Irish. You know, you have livestock, and he had to pay for her paper products, beating toilet paper and all that because I got reasons. Anyway, he never fulfilled his dowry. I got married anyway, like an idiot. We went to a wedding for her niece, like I said, and she went to the bar and came back with a light beer for me, a Miller Lite. And I was like, when have you ever seen me drink a light beer at all, let alone Miller? Yeah. So it's one. And then she went to it, they had a chocolate room, and I love chocolate. And she came back with 1 piece of chocolate. Everything else was like vanilla and shit. So I'm like, do you even know me? I want my dowry back. Yeah, I want my dowry. What the fuck? It's null and void. The contract's a no-go.
I think the statute of limitations ran out on that.
He
Barry.
probably did. Well, he never
Probably
filled
so.
it.
So my wife is Jewish, and they have an actual contract thing. I forgot what it's called, but they
Yeah.
have a thing that you actually fill in. It's a contract. We didn't do it because I was like, this is ridiculous.
Right.
But it's this thing, and they get it, and you have it done, and they make it like in calligraphy
tuba.
with fancy, and you put it in a frame and put it on your wall.
Hmm.
Like I'm like, no, that's okay. We said our vows. That's good enough. We're good.
Well, I guess it's like a marriage
marriage
certificate
license?
in their sense.
Like it's a marriage agreement. It's a
Yeah.
contract. It's
They're old
bizarre.
school. That's how it used to be in the day.
It's called the Katuba.
Katuba? Is that what they
Yes.
call it?
That's
if I'm
what-
pronouncing it correctly.
Something like that. Yeah. But I'm like, no, I'm good. I already have the scroll hanging up at the front door.
You have the little thing pounded into the
Mm-hmm. The Meshuggah.
door jam.
The Meshuggah.
Sugar.
What you got to get in on, Anthony, is how to make a golem. You got to get in on that shit.
Nah, you don't. Leave that alone.
It's funny though. I was like, when I asked her to marry me, I said, "Do I have to take a Hebrew name now too?" And she's like, "No." I said, "Oh man, I really wanted to be Shlomo."
Oh, that's right. They go with the maternal side. I forgot.
Are you
Jewish.
Catholic?
I was born and raised Catholic, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it's like everyone in her family who Jewish, like they have their regular name, but they all have a Hebrew name also.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody goes by it, but everyone has one.
So,
Yeah, I was like,
if I remember,
I'll be Shlomo. That's good.
if I remember, you saying she's not really religious, your wife. So
No.
did you get married in a temple?
We had
or
we had
civil?
her cousin and my brother got ordained online, and they
They
married.
did it that way.
They both did?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. So originally, I'll tell you the story. Originally, Lance was supposed to come.
Lance officiated my friend Ben's ceremony.
So Lance was going to Ben Pinchback, Ben Pinchback,
Ben Harkins.
Harkins. Yeah, I remember that. But I had asked Lance if he'd get ordained in Connecticut and come, and that was the year that, because it was after the pandemic.
Yeah.
So you just recently married?
Yeah, we got married 2
Oh.
years ago.
Okay,
But
cool.
that was the year. So every year, Origins was Father's Day weekend. And that was the year they did it after the pandemic, and they moved it up a week.
Right.
So Lance couldn't come. So yeah, because he had to go to Origins.
What
with
now?
the-
Oh yeah, that sucked.
Oh,
So
yeah.
well, as soon as Lance told me, like, oh crap, Origins is that, I was like, no, it's not. Origins is the weekend after the Father's Day weekend. It was like, no, they moved it. I was like, sons of bitches.
Tons of
So yeah, so we were like trying to figure out what to do, and then we just said, okay, you know what? Just ask your brother if he'll do it, because my brother's an actor. And he's like, oh, I don't know. I said, well, I said, well, we'll ask Stacy, and one of them will do, and they both said, we'll do it together. So they got ordained, and they both performed the ceremony. So
That's cool. That's one of we didn't do it in the church. Not that she's religious. She just the church we grew up in. She would have liked to have done it there. But my wedding was a rush job before my mother died. You know.
Interesting if true.
Interesting. No, the church, it is beautiful. I hated going there. The fucking priest chased me down all the time. It was a lovely church. It was I guess Gothic. It was
What a
all
bragger.
stone and no, it's just not only me, my uncles and all, because we were in the trade, so the church always needed something repaired, and that fucking boiler system down there, they scared the hell out of me. But every time something would go, he chased one of us down. Yeah. But it was a beautiful church, an old brick building with all the, the plaster things made, angels and all that, stained glass. A lot of money went into it back in the day when they built it.
So the second time I got married in an Episcopal church that was built in the 1700s.
What marriage number is this?
This is 3.
3.
Third time's the charm.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because I was married in a Catholic church first for the first one, and because I wouldn't get an annulment, like they wouldn't let me get married in Catholic church. Second
they
one.
were strict with that back then. Now it's just about money. They don't.
Oh,
care.
I literally just went off on the priest. And I was talking to him. And I was like, so you're telling me that if I had killed my first wife, God would forgive me for that, and then I can get married in the Catholic Church.
What do you say?
And he's like, well, no, that's not what I mean. I said, no, that's what you're telling me. You're telling me that. I was like, okay, so I give money to the church to get an annulment, and then you would decide whether you're going to give it to me or not. I don't get the money back if you decide no. I said, you know what? I'll go married somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm good. See you later.
One of my cousins was trying to get married in a different Catholic church than what she was in, and because it was in a different thing, they
that's a bad thing. You can't do that.
Yeah, they wanted her to take this class and pay money to take the class and all this other nonsense. I was like, oh, yeah.
Odin,
We playing?
stop.
Yeah,
He's
I
going for a
suppose.
second.
Let's
Oh, he's still down. I'm gonna grab a drink first.
Barry, I object to your sweater.
Why?
Still too early for Christmas.
It was the first sweater.
No,
I could find,
Mariah Carey came out at midnight last night.
She's
and said
unthawed.
The season has begun.
The season has begun.
Scott.
I feel the same way as you do, Scott. It's the first sweater I
November.
found.
Scott, pick a number. Pick a number 1 through 22.
21.
Very good.
We're doing
What does that mean?
Just there's 22 decks left, and so
Oh, you're just going through the.
yeah. So instead
Should I set
of
11 so you have the count?
No, I mean whatever. It doesn't matter.
I'm kidding.
All right.
We'll wait for Barry to get back. What does that say? CS?
Yes.
As in CS as in sucker and C as in
Yeah.
I was gonna say closed circuit. If circuit
Cork
started
soaker.
with an S.
Cork soaker.
cork soaker.
You fucking cork soaker.
My mother used to soak the cork until she loses her teeth.
Makes me think of that movie Johnny Dangerously. You remember that movie?
Mm-hmm.
I do.
My mother put me on a hook once. Once.
Once.
He'd like to read from a prepared statement. You cork-sucking capitalists.
I just remember the Magnum 88. It shoots through schools.
And it didn't shoot anybody in that movie.
No, but he
It
takes
didn't even
out,
break through a cigarette case or whatever.
takes out that giant gun, a Magnum 88.
My favorite part of the whole movie is
What happened
when
to Joe
he's-
Piscopo?
He lost
He's-
his mind. I mean,
Oh, is he crazy? Is
he
he?
makes his money doing Frank Sinatra impressions now.
you know,
Really?
Yeah, my favorite part of the whole movie is when he's putting price tags on the dogs.
oh yeah.
It's it's the funniest thing. If you don't notice what he's doing, it's hysterical. He's like, "Yeah, I used to be around."
And promise your mother
There's a lot of questionable stuff in that movie.
the
A lot of
product.
questionable
as
stuff
they
in a lot of those
say.
movies.
Hey, tell your guy what the initials are so he knows.
Oh, Aldi
CS.
picked up a new machine for Giselle. It's like
Oh, that's cool.
super.
What kind
a
of is that a
XPS?
MacBook? Oh, Dell.
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna tell.
Dude, I got a
You
Dell.
got a Dell.
Did you say C is in
Our last
Charlie or D is in Dick?
C as in sucker.
Okay.
No.
C-
What? Did you ever see that book that does all the different mnemonics for not mnemonics, but like the different silent letters for like P as in or
Yeah,
what is it?
I know.
I can't even think of one now.
Yeah.
Damn it.
P
what-
as in pneumonia.
That's what I meant.
He had
Yes.
pneumonia.
All right.
That's Robert Loggia. R
M
as in
mnemonic.
Ronnie. Look, it's Robert Loggia. O as in oh my God, it's Robert Loggia.
Classic bit. All right, here we go. Created by an Italian immigrant.
What by an Italian immigrant?
Created
And
by.
According to the Guinness Book of World Records, the largest one ever created was prepared by a team of 160 people and weighed over 3 tons. These include an inherent risk of salmonella.
Barry.
Go ahead.
Caesar salad.
Is correct.
Look at
Caesar
that.
Wow,
salad.
right on.
Is that
I
because
like
it's
it.
a raw egg?
Yeah, I think so. But I like a good Caesar salad. Oh, it's a good. That's my salad.
You know why they
go-to.
created the Caesar salad?
I don't
Because
know.
it's all we had.
So they used to make it tableside
Mhm.
to give the to break up the weight of getting your food, your main courses. So they would prepare it tableside to entertain you.
Oh yeah.
Interesting if true.
It's true. Wasn't it first made at the Brown Derby?
Don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard.
Have you ever been to the Brown Derby?
Not the original one. No.
They make the salad at the table,
That sounds like a really horrible euphemism for
and
something.
they have like a whole process.
Do they
with
make it the
speech.
salad? Oh, they make it the
Making the
salad.
salad.
Yeah, interesting if true. All right, there we go. An American game show that debuted in 2018. Usually remains static unless reviewed. Often determined by income.
Anthony.
Go ahead.
Child support.
Is correct. Child support is correct.
There was a game show called Child Support.
I'm not even thinking of the initials. I'm like, what are the answers I could think of? And like, oh, yeah, we're playing initials. Fuck.
Have another glass of wine,
I have
man.
another one. in there.
Right? I've
Man.
had so little alcohol since Gen Con. This stuff goes right to my head right now.
That'd be an
Was
easy date.
was the star of a 1955 Disney animated classic.
55.
Wait, say that again?
Nope, I'm not going to say it again. Pay attention.
I didn't hear the beginning.
55
I got that part.
was the star.
Okay, got it.
Number 2. First mentioned in the 14th century.
Anthony,
Go ahead.
Cocker Spaniel.
Is correct. The lady of Lady N, the tramp.
What is in your brain that made you get that?
I'm thinking of movies in the 50s from Disney, and I'm like,
I was getting there.
The computer wore
Lady
tennis
and the Tramp
shoes.
Wouldn't even register for me. Snow White. Oh, that was the 20s, right?
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Once claimed to be a warlock.
Barry.
Go ahead.
I doubt it's right. Charlie Sheen.
Is correct.
Yeah, he did.
Is correct.
Awesome.
That popped into my
that was-
mind. Warlock
that
and
was like-
Tiger Blood.
That's like Aldi level. I'm just gonna guess the same thing for 5 answers, 5 questions straight.
Yeah.
So
This
the
is how my
actual-
mind works, man. It's just shit just triggers shit.
Yeah.
the actual initial show, they used to have this guy Ben Lieber on the radio, and he was, because the radio show is K-Fan, and K-Fan does the Minnesota Vikings football games. They do the broadcast for them. Ben Lieber is a former linebacker for the Minnesota Vikings, and he's good. I mean, he's just good at his job. And so when he was on KFAN, like, he would be there for the actual game show. He had a string where, like, he would have clues in his pocket that when it got down to the last few clues, they would, like, he would just say, okay, well, the initials like that would be Charlie Sheen, CS, and then they would go, okay, here we go, number 12, and he'd go, Ben. And they're like, before even a single clue had been said, he was like, go ahead, Charlie Sheen. Is correct. Like, literally, like, it was just, but he would do that, like, because he would just say, I just know that eventually this would come up, and it hadn't come up yet. So
Yeah.
it was cool.
Except when it doesn't.
Except when it doesn't, But he never won. He won like 7 total times ever. And so he would just take a flight just because he can never ring in time. Here we go. Clue number 1. The first modern one debuted in Dallas, Texas. Go ahead.
Comic strip.
And I will finish the clue for everyone else.
Thank you.
The first modern one debuted in Dallas, Texas in 1927.
27.
Number 2, often connected to drugs. Clue number 3, often seen near highways and freeways. Clue number 4, often connected to lotteries.
I know it now.
Clue number 5, some are open 24 hours a day.
Barry.
Anthony,
I think Barry was
I thought
first.
I heard Barry.
Yeah, I heard Barry first. Barry, go.
Convenience store.
Convenient store is correct. Is
Gosh, I wonder what the first convenience store was.
Dallas.
Was it 7-Eleven?
I don't think so.
No.
named because
7.
they were open from 7 to 11.
11,
That was
Except
all
when
them.
they eventually
Went to 24 hours.
24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never in my lifetime were they 7-Eleven. It's always open.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Originated in the United Kingdom in 1916. Was formed using the Jungle Book history and universe.
Aldi.
Go ahead.
Comic strip.
And
Seemed like it would match.
has a connection to a wolf. Clue number 4. has over 1 million members in the US.
Anthony.
Go ahead.
Cub Scouts.
Cub Scouts.
I
Damn
didn't
it.
know that.
Correct.
Yes.
Well done. Well done.
I got mixed up with the Girl Scouts.
Oh, here we go. The first chain convenience store in the United States was opened in Dallas, Texas in 1927 by the Southland Ice Company, which eventually became 7-Eleven, the largest convenience store chain.
There you go.
There you
Rookie
go.
kid.
Sounds like a
I wonder where it
Mickey
was.
kid ism.
Yeah, that was. It was. Here we go.
There you go.
Debuted in 1996. Its creator admitted he's not entirely sure what it's actually about. Clue number 3. Involved a pair of brothers. Clue number 4. Connected to alcohol and astronomy. Clue number 5. It hit number 1 on the alternative charts. Final clue. Where were you while we were getting high is a key line from this Oasis song.
Anthony.
Anthony.
Champagne Supernova.
Champagne. That's what it was. Yeah.
Champagne supernova in the sky. You are correct. Whatever happened to Oasis?
Well, they split up. One's doing pretty good. The other one not so much.
I do remember. I read an interview, and it made me the one. I mean, whichever. I don't know if it was Liam or Noah Gallagher. They were interviewing one of the two of them, and they were asking him what they thought about the music that day, and he started talking about System of a Down, that like weird new metal band or whatever. He's like, I heard a song by this band, System of a Down. They are quite literally the worst band that has ever made music ever, which is really saying something. I'm alive right now while the worst music of all time is being created. Clue number 1. Often known by just the second word. Clue number 2. Had a resurgence in the
Anthony.
Go ahead.
Carlos Santana.
Carlos Santana.
I don't even know who
correct.
that is.
Yes, you do.
Who is it? Oh, the guitarist.
Yes.
Yeah.
You call yourself a guitar player.
It would have took another. The name didn't click.
He's got that song about witchy women or whatever.
Black Magic Woman.
Black Magic Woman.
Black Magic Woman.
I did enjoy it.
And the guy singing that is the keyboard player from Journey.
Is it really?
Yep.
Steve Perry?
No,
the keyboard player.
player.
The keyboard player.
Him
Nobody
and Neil
knows-
Sean were
nobody
both
knows
in
that is.
Santana.
Well, it's like my favorite Cars song isn't sung by Rick Ocasek.
Yeah.
Drive.
Drive, yeah. Sung by their bassist. Or
Benjamin Orr.
there you go.
Rest in peace.
4-1 out, baby. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Goes by multiple names. Connected to burning pain. Often described using the word outbreak. Usually heals within 10 days.
Barry.
Go ahead.
Cold sore.
Very good. Very good. Scott,
Wow.
Matt, your microphones work?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
That's
Just
on another
checking.
level tonight.
Otherwise known as a
I
herpes.
am not in it, apparently.
Here we go. Clue number 1. Sometimes connected to cleaning. Sometimes required. Sometimes connected to citizenship requirements. It doesn't pay. Go ahead.
I'm
5,
wrong. Crime scene.
4.
I'm wrong.
And
It's the other one. I know what it is.
often connected to sentences. Final clue. It's often administered in terms of number of hours, and it is often attached.
Aldi. Community service.
Community service. That leaves poor little Matt all by his lonesome.
I hear sentences. I'm thinking
You're gonna get one.
what punctuation
Yeah,
can I
no,
think of?
I don't like that one.
All right. So with 4 left, Aldi can run the table and tie Anthony at 5. Barry with 4, Aldi with 1, Matt with 0. Matt's just the spoiler at this point. Clue number 1, debuted in 1999. Clue number 2, is an observant Roman Catholic. Clue number 3, was eventually a real estate investor. Clue number 4, was often seen in counseling. Clue number 5, her FBI code name is Mrs. Bing. Final clue. Is the wife of an iconic fictional mob boss. 5.
Oh, Matt.
4. Matt. 5.
Carmela
Anthony.
Soprano.
Carmela
Carmel.
Soprano
Oh, Bing.
is correct.
Bada bing.
This is Bing.
I have gone back and rewatched all of Sopranos a couple of times. It holds up. I mean, it definitely is. It's definitely seen as more evil, I guess. But we talked about that. Yeah. It does not hold up as well as the first season of True Detective.
I still
Which-
haven't made it all the way through
He's
that.
also newer.
It's just masterful. That first season is just so good. Who knows if they're going to do a season 4?
I think they are.
Well, I mean, it theoretically is a license to make money. So, but anyway.
No, I think they're actually in production of it. Another season.
Oh, very nice. Clue number 1. Spanky's River Street in Georgia is reportedly its origin.
Spanky's River Street.
Connected to the pectoralis minor. Number 3. Often found in baskets.
Anthony.
Go ahead.
Chicken strips.
Is correct. Well done, Anthony.
Yeah.
So Anthony now has 6, Barry with 4. He needs the final 2 to tie. If anybody but Barry gets either of these last 2.
We all know Anthony won.
I got my token 1. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Here we go. Number 1. Published in Michigan Farmer in 1852.
Aldi.
Go ahead.
Comic strip.
I knew you were going to go for it with that one, but. Number 2 is commonly clear or light brown. Number 3, commonly seen within glass.
Anthony.
Go ahead.
Cream soda.
Is correct. And Anthony is the winner. I've never liked cream soda. Never liked it. I don't like the taste. I don't like the taste. You know.
They make this. Stewart's Pop makes this orange cream soda.
The creamsicle. It's amazing.
So good.
I like cream soda.
The berry and cream one is good too. Have you had that one, Matt?
No.
Oh, that one's even better.
Oh man, but I'm a big creamsicle fan. Like I make a cocktail that is like a fucking creamsicle. It's so good.
That sounds horrible.
What's that?
I said that sounds horrible.
It's really good.
Sure,
I
it's fine.
believe that you believe that.
Sold a butt.
I
ton
got
of
I got one in the chamber, Lance. Better be this one.
All right, here we go. Clue number
One in the
one.
chamber. Fire away.
Debuted in 1984.
No, that's
No, it's not that one.
Clue number two. Connected to Brooklyn. Clue number three. Featured a doctor. Clue number four. Famously featured sweaters.
Aldi.
Go.
Cosby Show.
Cosby Show. Yes.
where was Casey Stengel?
Who?
Not there.
Casey Stengel?
Wasn't
Who's
this
Casey
game
Stengel?
created by sports guys?
Yeah, but it's a
It's a
smattering
mainstream.
of life, right?
I had Claudia Schiffer and I had Charles Schultz.
I had Charles Schultz too.
Ooh, Charles
Schultz,
Schultz.
yeah.
That's a good one.
Comic strip.
I had Conn Smythe originally, and I threw that out because I'm like, that's too far out there.
It's
Who?
also hyphenated,
Who? What?
isn't it?
Cold
Conn
Stone?
Smythe? It's an actual person's name.
Oh, is it? I thought it was a Conn Smythe trophy. I thought it was
The Conn Smythe Trophy is named after.
I thought it
Conn
was two
Smythe.
people. Oh,
Who's
never
Son
mind.
Smythe?
Smythe.
Never
Who's that?
mind. See, sports guy. No, not me.
Christian Slater, Claudia
Yeah.
Schiffer.
Christian Slater. That's a good one. Yeah.
Those would have been better than many of these. The quality has gone down over the years. Being honest,
And some of them, yeah.
some of them are a little stretchy.
I think, and I don't know this for sure, but I do think that it is one of those things where, you know, it's tough, right? It's tough to put all that stuff together and
It is.
We have AI now.
oh no, I mean I used to try to do it myself, right?
Oh
And,
yeah, but
and
we would do it, and we'd be like, okay, who's gonna know who this is?
Yeah.
The first clue was always the year that they were born or whatever, or the year it debuted. Like
not
that's
every
just the gimme
time.
clue.
Stop it.
Corn syrup.
Corn syrup. Yeah.
Tony Bosco just said.
Civil service.
That's one I thought
Civil
was crime
service?
scene. Yeah.
So okay,
That could
so
have been
my,
the one for the community service one.
so my wife mentioned
That's
this
what I
thing
thought
to
it
me.
was.
My wife mentioned this thing to me that, but I don't really understand like the influencers on TikToks and whatever. I don't understand or I don't know those people very well. And she mentioned that like there was this guy named Keith Lee who, and I immediately thought, oh my gosh, like Keith Lee, the professional wrestler that was
Well,
like
it's
an
Jason's
NXT.
brother.
Yeah, but no, he was like, so no, he's like this guy that he will review
The TikTok food critic.
yeah, he'll review restaurants and what have you. And so and like sometimes if like he comes into a restaurant that like nobody knows about and he does a TikTok for it because he's got 80 kajillion people that follow him, like it's like it changes the life of that restaurant because now all of a sudden they're like, yeah, I had this food and it was really good. You should go there. And then all of a sudden it's like, boom, they explode, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so he went to Atlanta and he did a smattering of reviews of different restaurants in Atlanta where he said it was just really weird. And he's not super negative. He tries to be positive about stuff, but like one place, like they wouldn't let him do takeout. They wouldn't let him like do takeout. They wouldn't let him it was like all these different things. They wouldn't let him wait for a table. It was like all this crazy stuff. And like he's like, how am I supposed to order this food if I can't, you won't let me do anyway, but you also won't let me wait for like a table to open up. And there was another place where like he said like there was a table that opened up for them, but then like they went and sat down because there was a few people in his group that were like, because they had waited 60 minutes for a table, they were outside, maybe on their phones talking to people, and then like the service person came over and said, well, what can I get you? You know, it's like, oh, I can't bring you any drinks or take any orders until your entire party is seated. And they were like, well, that's ridiculous. Why can't you just, take our drink orders now? And so he said this. And then, of course, now people are like taking him to task because he said, I don't know what's going on with Atlanta. It just doesn't seem to be like the thing. I had no idea it was a thing. Like, I don't follow that stuff. But then, of course, like one of the very first, like one of the YouTubers that I follow a lot, mostly for politics, actually brought up and talked about that. And I was just like, man, everything just, I was like, why is this guy? Like I go to for my political stuff, like, because I enjoy his takes on these things. And also he's talking to this TikTok person. TikTok's taking over the world.
I don't understand how. I just don't understand it.
Understand.
I guess I think it's short attention spans. Like the attention spans of everybody has dropped now so much that TikTok has turned into this monster.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it's I mean, like my younger brother who he says he just loves TikTok, and like my younger brother's just this he's genius. And like I was like, I don't know, man, I watch YouTube. He's like, oh, that's for people that have attention spans.
That's for old people.
Yeah, that's for old people that can actually pay attention to things.
Thing about
something I saw the other day, there's these board gamers that are getting like crazy popular, and I just don't understand why.
they're doing TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah, but I don't get it.
Because what happens with those things is, so if you ever go on Facebook and you'll see the videos on the top of the thing, the reels, if you click one, it's like, oh, that looks interesting. You click that. If you don't click it off, it just goes to another one and another one and another one and another one.
Just keep playing them.
And then there's times when I'm just sit there and I just let it run because I find something interesting and I'm like, oh, this sucks, and I go to the next one. What's next? But there are people on there who are just they're fun and they're interesting. Some of them are really creative, but the problem with it is if you watch enough of them, is you'll see the same people. I mean, different people doing the same exact thing.
Yeah, so I wonder who the originator of these, some.
But that's the thing. But each person, because they're coming up like that, they get hits. And then if someone says the worst ones are the ones that are like a riddle that it's so obvious, and then people have this need to go and hit the comment button,
and answer it,
and that just drives up their numbers and their matrix and everything, and they make money off of it.
Yeah.
Is it an interesting experiment,
No,
Scott?
it is because it's tying into our brain, our
yeah, exactly. What is this doing
our
to
brains
us long
like
term?
what is it doing to us?
We already know what the attention span thing is. If we don't have the attention span we did 10, 15 years ago.
I do not. In fact, I feel like I might have a problem. Like a short attention span. Like I can't focus on anything for like longer than half an hour.
I feel the same way at times, Scott.
The thing about it is when you sit there and watch these things, when you watch them, you're like, who are these people that sit there and subscribe to this person?
That's what I'm wondering. Like
there are like at least a dozen people that I've come across, like a dozen different people, and all they do is like do things to get pulled over by cops to tape the interaction. And like they'll just go into public buildings and they'll film, and someone will come out and say, what are you doing? And they're like, oh, the Constitution allows me to record here. And is that what you're saying? Is I'm like, just, you know what? You're an idiot.
Those are called auditors. That's they feel like the people don't so because there isn't enough situations where there's enough situations where police make the mistakes, and I'm I mean, police make mistakes. I mean, they they're human, right? And I'm not here to like try to defend or anything like that, but those people they actively search out and seek that interaction so they can, and then if it's like, because what they do is they, and get this, so like now there's all these problems where these people, like, they seek those interactions. So the police, I mean, it's a person that's like got this person like saying, okay, well, just give me your ID. And they're like, I don't need to give you an ID, because the Fourth Amendment states, legal search and seizures, and then they go through this whole long 9 yards, and it's like, well, now, it's like, well, now I'm questioning you because of a possible, I need a reasonable articulation of the crime that I'm committing.
I need your supervisor down here. So there was
Yeah.
one I saw the other day where, so in California, when you're coming into California, they have a agriculture stop.
Yeah, agriculture stops. Yeah.
And
Yeah, because they don't
the
want
guy
fruit
went
flies
through
coming
like
in.
3 times, and on the third time they pulled him over, and the guy asked he's like, "Are you bringing anything over?" And the guy wouldn't answer him. And he's like, "Oh, you can't search my vehicle." Because the Fourth Amendment is like, and so the supervisor comes out, and she's trying to explain, and that's all he keeps spewing up is, "No, it's unlawful search and seizure. It's unlawful search of my private property." And she's like, "That doesn't apply here.
Yeah.
This is a border. This is a border check. This is not. You don't have the right to say you can't search my vehicle. The other person asked you several times, and you refused to answer. At that point, you're suspected of violating the ordinance that you're passing through. We have the right to check." But he posted it on his thing, this thing, and someone took his video and put it back up and just posted the fact that how stupid he is and how wrong he is.
You just want the shock
endless
value, that's
content.
all. Yeah, I mean, even filming, like they said, it's my right to film here. If you're on private property, it's not. It's
Well,
Government
the
building,
whole
they're
thing is
different.
you either need to be on the road or on a sidewalk or in what's called a public easement.
Okay, but here's the problem with all the people who say you can't record me for these influencer people who that once they're making money off of the recording, they have to have your permission. That's why when you watch shows like Impractical Jokers, there's people who
Release
their
forms.
faces are blurred out
Yeah.
because they wouldn't sign a release.
Yeah.
But they're in public. They're not. So technically, you could based on that. But
Yeah.
once you're using it for monetary gain, then you have to have that person's rights to use their face.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a weird world we live in where like that's those people.
How did we get on
That's
this
their
track?
job. What?
Yes.
I don't know.
I was just talking about TikTok videos for board games that, while I think these games are cool and everything, but I just don't think they don't cause any interest in the board gaming hobby, but they certainly do in the TikTok world. Like millions of views, millions.
What are they? Are they of popular
So
games? Or?
I just saw them the other day. I mean, I'm not trying to throw shade on them or anything. I was just like, wow, how do they do this? And it's just crazy. Like within a couple months, they just like blew up. On YouTube, they had like a couple 100,000 subscribers. Where's Forrest?
We don't need force.
Well, we've been telling him
Enough for this
how long
conversation.
have we been telling him that he should be doing this stuff?
I know,
TikTok,
he's-
but he
I
just
really
doesn't
don't
want to
get
do
it.
it because it's too much work.
Let me find the link. Actually, I mean, they're great. They're a couple and they're really great. I just don't know. I'm just, how does that happen?
Well,
Are people really that interested in this stuff? I guess they are.
Well, because what happens is you're watching something else. They come along and you're like, oh, I like their stuff. Let me go look
Right?
at the rest
And
of
you
their
hit a
stuff.
like, but yeah, maybe it's as simple as that.
and I think there's younger people on TikTok, so like,
Board games for two, games for two.
numbers.
Here, I'll share my screen real quick and show them. I mean, they have like they're like a couple and they do a back and forth on their videos. It's fun. I just don't know how they got the.
So if you want to look at something that's quite interesting to look at, there are a whole bunch of videos out there of people in like these.
So here's 2.7 million views.
Oh, I've seen them.
More.
I've seen them before.
17 million.
Oh, Loser Makes Dinner.
Loser makes
yes.
dinner. Yeah, loser makes dinner. I guess.
They're playing like Attraction in one of them, but
Yeah, I mean, it's just they've done like hundreds of videos of this stuff,
So they're all like abstract games.
and it's 4 days, and they've got 17 million views. Like,
Yep, because that's the
Like,
thing. I've
that's-
seen them. I
They wanna
wasn't
see who wins, I
subscribing to
guess.
them,
Yeah.
but they came up on the thing.
Oh, they're
on-
great.
on the
I want
feed.
to meet them actually.
Uh,
Are they American?
Yes.
Yeah.
are they? I can't hear them speak.
No, there's a cut. They have some videos where they actually talk.
Okay.
Like the
Okay.
one where they play Attraction. I think they
I'm already
actually-
bored. It's only a minute,
I'm
but it's great editing.
not that
right?
bad,
'Cause it's
Scott.
the whole game edited down to a minute.
Yeah. Well, I guess it depends on when you're looking at games, what you're looking for. I treat board games as sport. I like longer format. You know, I treat it like a sports game, basically.
Yeah. It's pretty great though. Loser
guess-
cleans the bathroom. I mean, there's endless amounts of these.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen this one before.
Either way.
Volley shot, kind of.
But yeah, there are all these things you just look at and you're like, oh, what is that? And then
Yeah.
you see Quattro. Oh, let me go look at Quattro. And
Yeah, I guess they picked out. I think this one's got bajillion views on it. I can't see the number of views from these. So, oh, it's got. I don't see the views. You have to like exit out.
Well, they don't play anything that's actually any.
66.9 million, which I
Well,
was
there's
actually
views
very
and
surprised
views, I
about this
guess.
one. Oh, you know
Oh.
what? I guess it's because it's got like a little.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, people get sick of seeing
Yeah,
the same
anyway.
stuff all over.
Good for them. I mean, it's great.
It's
Yeah.
it's great.
It's
But the
great.
thing-
I mean,
the
but
thing
it's
is
not
you'll
like
see
our
things-
hobby, right? It's not. It's a tangential board game thing.
like I said, if you go through and sit there and let like the reels run, you'll see the same thing done by like 6 different people.
Yeah.
And you got to like who did it first.
So, from what Anthony said, I never use TikTok. So Jen does. I haven't. From what you're saying, the views really don't matter because it's just automatically feeding in. So
It's a view.
whether
you
you're
let it
looking at it
run-
or not.
The views
If you let-
matter.
If
Yeah,
you
they
let
get
it run,
paid.
it's a view.
There's real money behind these things now.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, you get paid now
Oh, okay.
for views.
But
Where's
how are they? Do
Forrest?
they?
You get
Do they
paid
pay
for
by the
views, you
full
get paid for
view, or-
interactions.
I want to hear about his KFC thing.
What?
that was KFC thing.
He got some. He's in the KFC marketing thing. I don't want to spoil
No,
his.
it's
His-
from
his-
the KFC,
The
The
KFC.
KFC.
like the Ohio State University.
Yeah.
The Ohio State.
Yes. Lance, if you give me his number, I can call him as Harlan Sanders and welcome him to the KFC family.
I don't. He might believe you.
He might.
He might fall for that, though. I don't think he would.
Oh, we could do that. Do the celebrities still have the What do you do? That you pay them to do like a voice thing? There's a
We have to
couple
get someone to do.
Cameo.
We'd have to
Cameo.
get someone who can do Harlan Sanders.
to do it.
Cameo.
Yeah. So Harlan Sanders
Saturday Night
is
Live.
Harlan
What's his
Sanders
name?
is dead. Just so you know.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a couple.
Well, there's
guys
been
who do
many
voice
many
actors.
people who, yeah,
They even use them in their commercials. I
Is
think
it-
Will
what's his
Ferrell
name?
did it one.
Will Ferrell, and I think they swapped him out like every couple of weeks.
No,
What's it
yeah.
called?
Norm.
Norm Macdonald did it.
Yeah, but
Jason
there was one that was
Alexander.
really close.
Yeah, there was a lot of them.
I forget his name.
There's that
now.
one comedian. He does a little inside voice. Why is he talking like that? Jim
Jim Gaffigan.
Gaffigan.
Yeah, I forget. Yeah.
Yeah,
Why is
Greg
he talking
Kinnear
like that?
was Harlan Sanders one time, and
Yeah. No. It's good stuff.
Anyway, I'm just fascinated by it.
It's fascinating.
there are people on there who are genuinely they're talented
Fun to watch.
and they're fun to watch. Like there's these 2 Italian grandmothers that are on there. One is Nona Pia, and I forgot what the other one is. And they remind me of like my great aunts who are all passed away. But like the grandson's like, "What are you making for dinner?" And then I show you. And then she's like, says how she makes the thing.
I've seen that one. I've seen one with an older guy.
Oh no, that's different. That's Pasquale.
Pasquale.
Ching- That's Pasquale Ching Ching. That's different altogether. He started on YouTube.
There is a YouTube guy that that makes a bunch of different I did it to like he has his Korean dad who doesn't like speak any English.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah.
Yeah, like basically he's gonna or like hey make he's gonna make his like Korean chicken like that tastes better and he shows and so like his dad just sits there with all the original like things and shows how he cooks it and then his son shows okay now you're probably not gonna cook like that because you don't have this type of equipment here so I'm gonna cook it myself with like what I have in my kitchen that you can replicate but then like it's actually I really like them their YouTube videos are like 30 minutes long. They actually shows him eating the meal with like him and his dad and his wife and his and the dad with his grandkids, and stuff like that. They're pretty sweet. I like that one pretty good.
One of my favorite ones is there's several people who like do like trivia things on the street, but there's this one guy who like and to show how stupid people are. But the best thing about him is every answer you give is correct. So he'll be like, "What's the capital of New York? New Jersey." Right.
I've seen him.
It's the funniest thing because he does it so deadpan straight faced, but like no matter what they say, he's like, yes.
Yeah. And depending on the absurdity of the answer, he pauses for longer.
But it's just funny. It's just like he just goes to people. But there's other people you do it and you start if you see their videos, you'll start seeing they're asking the same people in different clothes. So it's like they're friends, it's all staged, and it's like, okay, this lost its humor factor.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
And like the families that play games where they're rolling balls across the table to get it in cups to win, those are real stupid.
Yeah,
and there's a million of those too.
Like that loser has to clean the bathroom. No, they aren't. They're not cleaning the bathroom. It's one of those things where I mean fine. It's just but they're not cleaning the bathroom. It's just like what should the title on this one be? Loser has to mow the lawn. Okay.
Loser has to kill a hobo.
Can we still call them hobos?
Yeah, that's actually the preferred nomenclature.
Okay.
You can't call them all hobos. You can only call hobos hobos.
Yeah, I mean, know you're homeless.
Because you can't call a drifter a hobo.
Yeah, totally different.
Yes, or a vagrant.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, read the room. Jeez.
Sorry.
I'm hearing gunshots tonight.
Again?
Oh yeah.
Block party.
Could be.
Trying to isolate it.
I don't think he'll be here too, but he's got his cold out. It's usually more active when it's warm.
I heard more gunshots in my old house. This one, I don't hear many gunshots here. Occasionally, though.
It's weird. I grew up in part of my life in Kensington from, I was like 10 on. So it was a bad neighborhood. I was used to gunshots going off in the neighborhood. Like there was a shooting on my street at one point. But Jen grew up in the suburbs of Philly. So when we moved like down here, every time she hears a bang or something, she thinks it's a gunshot. And I'm like, no, why would you equate like a piece of machinery falling or something to a gunshot? It's weird. But
I grew up in the Bronx and never heard gunshots.
Really? Yeah,
really?
when I was in Fairmount, I didn't.
The mean streets.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was in Fairmount, I didn't. But Kensington is a different story. That was always a rough neighborhood. Now it's a war zone. It's horrible. That's where all the the opioid shit's going on. Yeah.
So we didn't talk about Matthew Perry.
Oh yeah, I was trying to remember who died.
From Ottawa.
He's from Ottawa? Oh, I didn't know that.
And
we're not gonna talk about Richard Mull.
That's who it was. I was saying somebody died before him and he overshadowed him.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Bull.
Richard Mull, his best role was as the voice of Brainiac on Batman the Animated Series.
That he did. That was awesome.
Yeah. Did a couple kids movies too, didn't he? can't remember what they are.
I kind of want to read Matthew Perry's biography.
Yeah. Yeah, he went to Elmwood, which is a Elmwood? No, that's a girls' school. Yeah, Elmwood. Private school here in Ottawa.
Richard Mall was 80,
Yeah,
Was he
Yep.
80?
yeah.
apparently.
Holy shit.
I remember there was this. I mean, there are so many good moments when he as when he played Bull, but I just remember they had the one where I forget what it was like. Dan was was running for some like election, or I forget what it was. It was something he was trying to run for, and Dan, he lost to a guy that was dead or something like that, and Richard Mole had this like really like he had this like little tiny TV that he was wearing on his, it was like stupid, he was wearing on his wrist, and he was like trying to listen, and of course like the election results come forward, and Harry was holding on to the thing, and then he was like, and so Dan like freaked out and like grabbed it out of his hand and took it and like chucked it out the window out of anger, and then he was like, and he walked over to, he's like, Harry, I apologize for what I just did, but you just let me know how much the thing was, I will compensate you. And it's like it wasn't mine. And he's like, then he looks at everybody else. He's like, was yours? Then he realizes, then Bull is standing right behind him. And then he turns around, he's like, ah, and he reaches it, and he takes off he takes off his watch and he holds it up, and he's like, and like, I don't know, it's like some super expensive watch. He takes it, he puts it in his sock, and he smashes it to bits with his shoe. And then throws it out the window. And it goes like, he goes, thank you. That's all I said. That card was a good show. I remember I used to love that show.
The original one is shit, or the new one is shit.
Oh, the new one's
apparently really bad. Yeah.
That's the only. I thought, Mole died years ago, and Jen watched the first one, and I was watching it with her. And
well, it's only the last.
They didn't bring him
bailiff.
back.
It's only the last bailiff and Rosin and Arquette
And John Larroquette.
Yeah,
John Larroquette are the only people that are still alive.
yeah, but that's what
Well,
I was saying. Didn't they bring him back because he's dead? And she looked up. She's like, "No, he's still alive." I was like,
I think it would be awesome to bring Brent Spiner in on it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I suppose Brent Spiner wasn't a true.
Well,
but he's
Mac is
alive.
still alive, isn't he?
No,
No, he
He's dead.
died. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What about Sung Lee?
well, actually, all right. So hold on. So technically, Ellen Foley is still alive. She was the
she was the first public defender, right?
she was the first public defender.
Yeah.
And Ellen Foley's also the woman who sings on "Bad Out of Hell" album from Meetup.
Oh, is she? I didn't know.
Yes. But she's still alive, and I think the actress there's another actress. So there were 3 female attorneys before what's her name came on?
Marky Post.
Marky Post. So there was an African American woman, I can't remember her name.
Yeah.
Then there was a different woman who was there. There was a woman who was the court clerk before he shows up. So there were like 4 other people who were regulars on the show who are not considered regulars by most people because they were only on for like the first season.
Yeah. Well, since
All right, now I'm gonna go and find these people.
Find them.
Okay, so hold on.
So, did anybody watch Friends?
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen them. Last got.
I was just wondering.
They were okay. I mean, I wasn't.
Keith is like the Uber fan. He should.
Yeah, I wasn't huge in it like some people. I know a lot of people are with the haircut and all that nonsense, but
The haircut?
the Rachel or whatever it was
the Rachel
called.
All right, so Matt, so Paula Kelly is the African American lady who was on.
Okay.
She's also dead. She died in 2020.
Really?
I don't
Yes.
remember her.
The girl who was the clerk, her name was Karen Austin. She is still alive. And I get to find who the other one was.
Remember who Harry's idol was?
Mel Torme, the Velvet Fog.
You remember who his dad was?
Oh,
The Velvet Fog.
Da-na-na-na.
John
Oh, really?
Astin.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I definitely watched a fair amount of that show, but I don't remember much of it.
What show? Night Court?
Night Court.
Yeah, I remember watching it with I'm younger than you guys, so I remember watching it with my grandmother. She loved it. It was like part of that lineup. I forget what else was with it. It was Night Court.
It was like must see TV. Was that must see?
No,
TV?
it was before that. It was
No, Night Court was part of that Thursday night lineup.
yeah, but it wasn't
it-
that must see TV with friends and all that shit. It was before that.
Before that.
Yeah, it was. Well, it was like Night Wolf. No, not Night Wolf. It was
Cheers was on before it.
Cheers. Yeah, Cheers. Night Court. And what
It was
it
Who's
wasn't-
the Boss?
Yeah. Yeah, like there was
Must See
different
TV
things.
was Seinfeld, right? And Friends.
It was Friends, Seinfeld.
Frasier.
Yeah. Yeah, but before that, there would be certain days with like
Is
the,
anybody watching the Frasier reboot?
I hear it's not
No,
bad.
I haven't seen.
I heard that too, but I never was a big fan of the first one. But I think I would
I
have
can't watch
had
the
I
first
known
one because I get
comedy.
way too empathetic with shows, and I get like the situations that he gets himself into make me like
You
rise
don't
in my
like it?
seat.
Yeah, it creates anxiety.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was I watching lately that gave me incredible anxiety? I mean, it shouldn't. What was it? I can't remember now. I'll think about it.
You get anxiety from watching TV, Scott?
Well, yeah, I mean, I have this empathy, like Matt.
Oh, empathy. Okay.
Yeah, like it just
Yeah.
creates like an anxiety. I'm like, oh, that person.
I'm empathetic.
Yeah,
Yeah, empathy.
I'm just pathetic, but in an empathic way.
yeah. I have the same issue lately. Not sure why. Could be the drugs.
Blame it on the drugs.
A lot of things changed.
Oh, speaking of drugs, I forgot.
Did I tell you guys about my memory?
What about it?
Your memory?
My memory.
Oh, sorry.
It's coming
And-
back.
Oh.
My memory has come back very sharply.
So, which drug did you start?
Was it
taking?
away?
Yeah, it was basically, I was not really thinking about the past much. And now all the time I'm constantly thinking about things that happened when I was in high school and like middle school and all.
You were not able to recall, or you just weren't thinking?
No, it wasn't ever coming into my mind. It's all coming. It's like it's I think it could be the CPAP therapy, honestly. That's what potential that's the only thing I can really attribute it to.
What is CPAP therapy?
It's where you wear a mask at night and you have so you don't stop breathing at night.
Oh no, okay, that's right.
Doesn't stop the- yeah.
I wear CPAP. I was just wondering.
Oh yeah, so you know what I'm talking about.
I thought maybe therapy was like a special treatment that you were getting.
No, it's just called CPAP therapy.
I just occasionally got.
It's a fancy name for it.
I only wear my CPAP at cons when I'm rooming with somebody.
Okay.
It's going to be interesting in Dallas because I just got a night guard from my bottom teeth and my CPAP together. We'll see how it goes.
But my memory has come back
That's awesome.
in a strong way, which is interesting. I should start writing things down.
You should.
Like,
Yeah.
if I can go back and think. I mean, I literally was.
And then
I would say from this year onward, but I would never ever ever think about the past.
So
And now,
is it because your brain capacity has increased
maybe
that you have room to let those things?
I mean, so I was like, I forget what the level. I wasn't like severe oxygen.
depleted.
What's it called? Oxygen deficiency. I don't remember what it's called. But like
Depletion.
depletion, yeah. But it was moderate. And that could have been it. Like it could be. I mean, it's
Could
just
be.
crazy. Like I'll just be like something will spring into my head. I'm like, oh man, I remember it. And then I can really think, and if I really think, it's almost really crystal clear that I've never experienced before. Isn't that crazy?
Right. But before, if someone brought something up,
100%. I wouldn't forget.
could-
I wouldn't be like forgetful.
Yeah.
I didn't like, oh, I don't remember that happened. But now I'm like thinking back all these weird, little things that happened in high school and the good, a lot of good things.
Hmm.
But it's interesting. Like, never really noticed it until this year.
There you go.
So it's something.
Yeah.
Anyway, kind of an interesting little tidbit
Yeah.
from CPAP therapy. So you don't wear it when you're on your normal nights, Matt? You
no,
just-
I
you just
I
do it to
was for a
stop
while, but yeah.
Hmm.
I should. I really should.
I probably should too.
But
Well, I mean, it's hard, right? Like it's a pain in the ass.
yeah, it is. And again, I have to clean it too. It's just a pain in the ass. I want to get one of those ionizing cleaners just to like $150. I might just do it.
So, do you ever like read something and you're like, the choice of words is not like the best?
I've read
So
the books.
I'm
Yeah.
just, no, just in general. We're talking about Matthew Perry. So you know who his stepfather is, right?
It's step what?
His
Yeah,
stepfather.
he's like the Dateline guy.
He's Keith Morrison from Dateline.
Yeah,
Oh,
So
is he?
this is the
did not
thing.
know that.
So here's this clip here. Morrison has been Perry's stepfather since he married the actor's mother, Suzanne Marie Langford, in 1981. He's reportedly known Perry since he was 10 years old. Morrison even stood by Perry's side when he was hospitalized in 2018 after his colon burst after years of opioid use.
Wait, what?
His colon bursts
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah.
after years of opioid use.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. God, what a nightmare that would have been.
Oh yeah. The opioids are hardcore.
I mean, I'm
know.
amazed the guy was still walking. I read about some of the stuff he would do. And just
Yeah.
like he would like we talked about this already? But he would go to
We might have found
he would go look at open houses and ransack the medicine cabinets and
Yeah.
steal the pills.
He was an addict, yeah.
Yeah.
But them opioids jack up your gut. I know from experience. They're not fun. Shitting pineapple.
Do you ever your
grenades
colon
in-
burst?
Yeah, man.
Not burst,
Hey, what's
but
that?
no.
I haven't.
Hello,
That's
Evan.
Oh,
I'd be
all
stopped up for like a week at a time, and
all
it was horrible. Clogging up the toilet
You need some
constantly when you
colon
finally do
cleanse.
go. No, they didn't help. I
You need
tried.
some
all that.
colon blow.
Colon blow.
Colon blow.
It takes 46 bowls of the regular
46
stuff
bowls.
to equal
I remember that skit.
We talked about this last week.
Yeah.
And
Equal one
I'm
bowl
always
of
ready to
colon
talk
blow.
about, yeah.
You're always ready for
Oh,
the colon blow. Colon blow reference.
Always. Oh man.
You just missed initials.
Just
That's
missed it.
okay.
Anyone.
Run it again. I
Could
gotta
run
get
another
my,
one.
I gotta
Got
get my
6.
one answer.
5.
No, we got so few. I don't have to start writing them. So I mean,
Fair enough.
So I had an idea for a trivia game to play.
great.
So basically, it's like talking to Lance about things.
Why would anybody want
So-
to do that?
So we start off with the question, and then that's fairly simple, and then we progress down that path, and the questions get harder and harder as we dive deeper into the trivia. And then once we get to one where someone misses, then we start again at the beginning.
Hmm.
Like, how much do you know about a certain topic?
That reminds me of the
See, like that.
It
Did anybody
reminds
watch any horror
me.
movies?
Reminds you of what, Lance?
It reminds me of the thing I did before, where it was like the top 15 of this, and each person got to
Those
make
were
a
good.
guess. And a guess, and if you got it wrong, you were out. But then, so it got down to one person; they were allowed to keep guessing until they got it wrong. So it's like
remember that.
the
Yeah, that's like Bye Felicia.
I don't know what that is.
There's a
It's
board
like-
game called Bye Felicia.
Anyway,
To
it's
keep
like,
naming something, and then when somebody can't name something, Bye Felicia. So it's fun.
you're fun.
Good.
Yeah.
You're coming to BGG Con, right, Evan?
Oh heck yeah.
Thank
We're
you.
playing
Yeah.
Station
Oh, that's right. We're
Fall.
playing Station Fall.
Oh,
Oh yeah, Station Fall, baby.
when are you checking
Happening.
out, Evan? When are you? 20th?
I leave on the 20th in the afternoon.
Okay, because we only have the room until the 19th. We
Oh
might
well,
need
I'll have to
fix
figure
that.
something out then, won't I?
Wait, you didn't book Sunday night?
Well, I didn't, but then Evan told me like, oh yeah, I'm staying an extra
You
day.
can. I'm sure you can book it if you want to add a night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably as soon
Actually,
as I get
aren't
there, I'll
you-
probably yeah.
Wait. Oh, never mind. We'll talk later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always figure it out.
You missed it. I was just saying that the only time I wear my CPAP machine is at cons.
That's all I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he
But
always
this-
uses that thing. He's so dedicated.
I recently got a night guard for my teeth, so we'll see how it goes this year, Evan.
It's really not bad though. Like I don't have any trouble sleeping with it or anything.
You haven't heard me without it.
Oh, okay. I see. Maybe there will be issues.
It's like, oh, I understand. It's like if I got shit faced and didn't have my CPAP machine, you'd be like,
Forget about it.
I would be a headline the next day. Man smothered with pillow.
Are you not going to bring your CPAP machine? Are you?
Oh, I
working?
definitely am.
Okay. Because so far has not been an issue.
Because the embarrassment that I have about keeping somebody awake is far outweighs anything else.
So my
That's
boss
fair.
Shane, he snores like, like the Hound of the Baskervilles. It's just it's obscene. And like, but the thing is that he always goes to bed super late, and I'm at conventions.
Yeah.
I go to bed early. I'm tired. I go back to the room. I call my wife, call my kids. Just talk to people, and then it's just kind of like, So thankfully, I'm asleep before he actually comes in. But man, if I wake up in the middle of the night, it's just like it is absolutely ridiculous. It is not human.
Well, he's
how
usually
loud
off.
he is.
He's usually off in his own little room, right? Or are you sharing a room with him sometimes?
I share a room with him. I'm gonna share.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
that's a
sharing
bad-
one.
that's a bad
this
idea.
time. Yeah, he's even said just just throw a pillow at me or something.
Just
I'm
punch
like,
me.
See, it's one thing if someone snores, like I snore, but like if you snore loud, even if you snore loud, if as long as you're rhythmic, it's not so bad. My friend Nick, literally every time we used to go places and I used to room with him, because usually we like I wasn't gonna stay, and he's like, I got a room all to myself. There's another bed. You wanted to stay? I'm like, oh, fine. But like he probably needs a CPAP because like in the middle of the night, it sounds like he's like choking.
Yeah.
Like he's loud, but it's like it's one thing if it's just the constant in and out snore, but it changes beats and it gets louder and it gets softer, and then I'm dying on my own tongue.
yeah, it's a bad deal, man.
Have you played any games, Evan?
Tried a new game online called Biomos. It's pretty cool.
I've heard of that game.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I like it. It's like, very straightforward and
Yeah.
but it does involve short-term and long-term planning and it's cool.
There's an advanced mode I want to try
Yeah, okay.
where it gives you like extra powers, and then also there's a 2 extra spaces, 2 extra slots
Yeah. Yeah.
for more stuff. Because the game is quite short.
Oh yeah, super easy. Yeah, I'd be into checking that out. I played
Anyway, I wrote on BGG to see if they're coming in English, and then no plans.
Oh, right, because it's
I
not.
wrote, yeah, I'm really happy that those people still use BGG to respond.
Right, this is
Good
probably
thing.
too loud.
What a bunch
almost-
of weirdos.
It's almost like it's the industry standard. I don't know.
Almost.
Well, there's a lot of publishers who have moved on from BGG,
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. like the ones where I try to get my Kickstarter fulfilled? No,
Ah,
they haven't logged in 2 years.
Thank you for your donation.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a donation.
To
Or
them
they
it
just
was.
selectively ignoring.
One of these days they're gonna pay for a booth at BGG Con. They're gonna show up. There'll be no booth there.
Yeah.
thank
Thanks
you
for
for
the
your
donation.
donation.
Thank you for your donation.
Yeah.
The fact that they use the word donation too makes me just mad. Anyway, whatever. I'm not gonna dwell on it.
Hey, you're the $85 million man. You could afford a couple $100
Oh
donation.
wow, I haven't done a worth of web check in a
I
long
did before.
time.
It's
Ooh.
85.5.
Oh, nice.
85.5.
He used to
Never-
be the $73 million man. Now he's the
Oh.
$85.5 million man.
Couple
You can
years
buy a
of
lot of bionic arms with that.
You know how many 4K cameras you can get with that kind of
you get a lot of
cash?
4K cameras. You could protect that whole building, top to bottom, left to up and down.
I also
Don't sell
played.
yourself short.
I played Ecos recently. Have you guys heard of that one?
I like Ecos.
Yeah,
I think it's really fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
I think
It's
it
very,
got. I think it.
very
I think
straightforward.
it's overlooked. Some of those overlooked games.
Yeah, it was good.
It's John D. Clare, right?
Yeah,
I don't remember this one.
you're silencioed, Matty P.
Which game by John DeClaire?
Ecos.
Oh yeah, I worked on that.
First content.
It
What is it?
sucked then.
Oh yeah, I made that.
It's fun. I
Is your name on
actually
here?
2,
Oh, there you
3
are,
years
Matt
ago,
McKenna.
I worked the AG booth and I was like demoing that game the whole con.
Yeah, that was good. It's fun.
It's fiddly, a lot of little bits, right? So
Yeah, it's a little.
yeah.
It's a little bit fiddly,
But I
it's
kind of loved
but you
it.
drawn
though.
out of the bag and you like, yeah, kind of.
That was kind of my favorite part. Was like putting down my little whales or whatever, and then like
It
putting down
makes
the
a
little
nice.
trees.
It makes a nice like ecosystem.
Yeah,
Like the name is called Ecos. Like, it's
Yeah.
the ecosystem, and the cards are really thematic.
yeah, they were. I liked it.
What's it
Thank
ranked?
you.
I'm curious what it's ranked.
Well,
Yeah,
the
we
graphic
had fun-
design-
we had a
the
lot of fun
graphic
with that.
design sucked, but
it fucking
obviously.
rank amateurs, man.
Rank amateurs.
1025
What rank?
rank.
Uh,
I was just curious where it ranks.
what's Wonderland's War up to? 200 something?
Probably.
What a what?
Wonderland's War.
Wonderland's War. I don't know.
It's
I
like
love.
what?
I love how divisive that game is.
Oh, totally.
Because there are people that are like, that game
226.
sucks, I hate it. And then there's other people that are
226.
like, that's my favorite game ever.
It might break
Hmm.
200 pretty soon.
226 is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Is the reprint coming soon?
Yeah, soon.
Yeah,
With-
I haven't
with
talked to James
the-
in a while.
The
I'm
expansion.
sure, I think he's coming to BGGCon.
Yeah, he is. Post back
nice.
surgery.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Hopefully he's moving okay.
He's gonna be demoing the fuck ton out of Bloodstone actually at BGG.
Oh, they're
Oh,
bringing back
the-
the Bloodstone. They're gonna rename it though because of the other Martin Wallace game, what Bloodstone?
Yeah, I don't know.
You hear about that?
No.
No.
Yeah, I know.
There's
I
another
know of
the
it.
Martin Wallace game is called Bloodstone.
Oh,
Like,
that might be an issue.
should probably rename it.
Yeah,
Mm.
might be an issue.
There can be two things.
There's
Yeah, but
be only
You don't want to be up
three.
against a new Martin Wallace game.
Martin Wallace.
He will be at the con too, by the way.
Martin Schmartin.
I finally
I
met
haven't seen
him
him in a
at
few years.
whatever that last thing we were at was. Origins? I don't remember.
So, Evan,
Gen
here's a
Con?
question for you.
Yeah.
Say I wanted to give a bunch of people your game
Yes.
for a gift for Christmas, say.
Yes, you'd have to spend a lot of money.
Right. If I sent you all of them
Yes.
and asked you to sign them
Yes.
and then paid for you to ship them back to me, would you do
Yes.
that?
Yes. Are you sure it's worth all that shipping just to
Yeah,
have
I
them
know. I'm
sign
just
it?
curious. No. This is another idea I'm having, just about something else. But I'm just using
Yeah.
you as an example.
I mean,
'cause
yes. If you
you're somebody who created stuff, created
yeah,
something.
if you ship it to me and all I have to do is sign it and then pop it back in the box, and there's a shipping label there, like 100% not a problem. I can't. Like for me, it's tough to justify the value of all that shipping because to me it's just like it's just my signature. What does it matter? But
Well, it's not you, Evan, so forget
right.
about it.
But if it's actually if it's meaningful to the person that you're giving it to, then
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
of course it would be.
then I can't imagine. Like I'm sure just about any design. Like I can't. There aren't that many designers in this industry that are like too big to, sign a game. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I would think. I don't know.
fair enough.
You know, I everybody I've met is really nice and personable and wouldn't.
Matt, if they say no, you can send them to me, and I'll just sign it with their name and send it back.
I signed my first game at Origins this year.
What do you mean you signed a game?
I was walking by the who's selling Green Team Wins now. I think it's like
It's not 25th century.
Goliath.
Oh, Goliath. Okay.
I was walking by the Goliath, and Nathan was there demoing it, and he was talking to some young ladies, and they were gonna they bought a copy, and they're like, he's like, do you want me to sign it? And I just happened to be there. He's like, this is the graphic designer. Do you want him to sign it too? And they're like, sure. So I kind of got coattailed in.
Got
Wait.
sloppy seconds.
Was
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I was there when you signed something at the 25th century booth.
No, it was close to the 25th century booth.
Okay.
But yeah, you were there, I think.
Oh, I was there. Okay. Then I was
Yeah.
there for that. It's like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure I saw you sign a game.
Yeah, my first and only ever signature of a game. Yeah.
Brag.
No big deal. People want my signature. They know who I am. Many leather bound books.
That was a very Alec Guinness type voice.
Many leather bound books.
Hey, when's your thing coming out? Is it wrapped?
Which thing?
The movie thing.
I have no, I have they still have a ton of editing to do, but they did do a lot of the reshoots and like fill in stuff, and they sent me like a super rough cut of like my scene. So
What'd you think?
Yeah.
What'd you think other than the shitty actor you're watching?
I mean, dude, it's so much fun being on set. Like I love it. It's such a blast working with. I love like any creative field. I love collaborating and working on stuff, and acting is no different. It's such a blast.
Kabuki acts if it's a SAG production, like you're SAG worthy.
No.
It's an indie.
Yes, there is literally nothing I've been in that you've seen, except maybe Extraordinary Measures. But
Well, I guess you could sign up for a SAG card now, right? If you wanted to.
I don't think I'm eligible.
Still
Over the
not?
last 20 years or so, the eligibility requirements have gone up a bit.
Okay.
And I haven't worked on that much
Right.
eligibility stuff. I think I have like 1 credit and you need 3 or something like that. I could be wrong. I don't know.
No, I think you need more than that.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know.
My brother hasn't gotten his, and he's been in some stuff that
Yeah.
he
I'm
was
probably
in
way
Cobra Kai and
Oh, nice.
So if you watch Cobra Kai, the first episode when they tow Johnny's car, that's my brother towing his car.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
And the house on Haunted Hill.
Yeah.
So he's one of the guys
He's
in
the house.
in the group section, the what you call it, like the support group.
Yeah.
He's one of the guys, and he's the bald guy in there, and he's been in like Medea Goes to Jail and a few TV shows and stuff, but no, he hasn't gotten that card yet. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, I need to go to the bed now.
Go to
you need
the
to
bed.
strap on.
It is 1:30 and I need to go to bed.
I should hope the bed's
I
not
have a
coming to
9
you.
a.m. meeting, so I need to get horizontal real soon.
Ew.
See you next
Go
week,
on.
Matthew.
Bye, fellas. Have a
See you,
good
buddy.
night.
Have a good one, Matt.
Good
See you
night,
in
everybody.
weeks.
Good night, buddy. Good night.
So you guys know the reviewers shelf side?
Yep.
Yes, I enjoyed
They
them.
did a 2-hour and 44-minute review of Aeon Trespass.
Yes, I did not watch it. I saw the length and said no.
I watched it like the first hour,
Did you?
double speed. Man, that's impressive.
Wow.
If you want to see
Yeah.
an in-depth review about that game.
It's just
By the way-
reviewing.
Yes,
Yeah.
Not
that is just a review.
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. Crazy.
But I do enjoy that
and very
channel.
detailed, hyper detailed about all the problems. They
Yeah.
turned all the problems into a montage because it was so long.
Really?
It was like another. I think it was like 2 more hours of time. So they just cut it all into like the shortcuts.
Oh,
But
Did,
holy
did
cow,
they?
man! What
Did they
dedication!
Did they
One of the guys
offer
played
to
it all the way
reshoot
through.
it?
What's that?
70, did they offer to reshoot it for $7,500?
Did not.
no, that's the next project.
I'm intrigued to that game, but now I'm not going to play it now.
Yeah, that's
I'm not going to. I mean, in the end, you want spoilers?
probably
It's
not.
like a 5. They give it a 5 out of 10.
Brutal.
And one of the guys gives it a 4 out of 10, and the other guy gives it a 7 out of 10. So they have like their community, they have like their overall review, like their
Yeah.
And the
shelf side
average.
review,
Yeah.
and then they have like the personal numbers.
Okay.
So the one that did the review, the most talking of it is 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
The 5 out of 10 is their regular review, and then the other guy gave it a 4 out of 10.
Wow, what a spread.
Yeah.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. Like that.
I mean, it's like one of the
3
best
to
reviews I've
7.
ever seen. It really is. He's really good at it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's
they
called
are.
shelf side.
Shelf
Shelf
side.
side, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
Never heard of it.
I forget the
They-
names, but yeah, there's 2 of them that are mainly in it, and I think they have
Yeah,
a third
it's
one that comes
Like
in
a
and
couple
out.
friends. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think they
But-
live Bay Area.
yeah,
I don't know if they're in tech or not.
yeah. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
They
do
seem
have a
quite
good
young.
channel. Yeah,
they supposedly
and
really like
Daniel.
Last Light, so we're sending them
Nice.
one to take
Uh-oh.
a look at. So
I heard that game's pretty good.
Oh yeah, whatever.
yeah,
No,
but-
You already
Okay.
sold your 5,000 copies, right? You're not.
yeah,
well, we're gonna do a reprint. I mean,
Oh yeah, of course.
so I mean,
yeah.
oh wow, yeah. I mean, well, this thing sold a lot. Well, you better make no more.
Well, I mean,
of
I'm just like,
them.
why do you send it to a reviewer if you already sold a lot? You want more?
because
sell
because
more.
because they'll reach even more people that will
Okay.
say even more
So you're
things.
pretty confident that it'll be a positive review.
Well, since they told Roy they like it better than Twilight Imperium, and Twilight Imperium is one of their favorite
Oh, okay.
games.
Yeah,
Yes.
good luck. I hope they stick to their review.
Yeah.
That's just how you get free games. You go around telling people, "Oh, I love it. I
really
love
love
it."
this
I
game.
love this game.
Yeah, just get
2 hours and 2 hours, 44
Any
minutes,
idea
and
what all the-
11 seconds.
Yeah.
Is that how long the review was?
Yeah,
That's how long the video
I
is.
watched
yeah,
the first
I know
hour.
it was up there. I
and then
enjoy them guys,
then I
but
scanned to the end and looked at the ratings and their comments on the final reviews.
like I said, I enjoyed them guys, but I saw
By the way,
that
I think
number and
only
I was like,
one of
I
them
don't
played
want to
it
watch
one
this game for that long.
Yeah, I think only one of the guys basically only played it one time.
right.
Yeah.
Was that
And
the
they were
3?
like, "It's so terrible." It's just not organized right. Plus, there's a lot of randomness. I think is with the the dice rolling.
Oh yeah, if you're not in it, don't. It's that's a thing.
But it's interesting because there's so many rule questions. They were like, you could basically just make up rules, and then because the randomness could screw you so much, it didn't matter what
Right.
the rules were.
Right.
Interesting.
Right? Like that was an interesting take. I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be interested if there was a second edition. I definitely will. Maybe we'll play it.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely like a design.
This might sound weird, but it may sound kind of, I don't know what the word I'm looking for here is.
Well, we'll tell you what the word is. Let's hear it.
Dickish.
Dickish.
A little. So I actually like the fact that they took that much time to hey, this game isn't good, and here's the reason why. And it's because for me, what I do then is I go and I look at all the other reviewers that did like a 15 or 20-minute review of this game. And it's kind of like one of those things, and like if there's the ones out there, oh, I can't believe it, this game's the most amazing thing I ever played in my life. It's like, that's weird. Like, how could there be that much disparity, between,
Well,
there's always going to be
There's
like,
always something.
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is that there are a lot of people, in my opinion, they probably didn't play the game, or they read the rules, they played 3 turns, and they just said,
Yeah.
let's pump it out. Let's get that thing out there because we need that.
Next.
We need to get that video out there. We need to get the views. Because here's the deal. and this isn't, and I'm not, I mean, it's not really like a throwing shade thing. And I get, um, I get the fact that like people are, I mean, when you have a channel, your channel's only as good as your last video, right? I mean, it's just like you have to keep people
Probably so.
coming back to watching your channel over and over again.
Yeah.
And if it's one of those things where, oh well, you know, I need to get the new hotness, I need to put a video together that is at least somewhat sensible. You know, if you're doing it as your side gig and not your full-time gig, so like for example, no pun included. Like literally, I reached out to them as we said, hey, I was like, hey, because I'm not really friends with them, but he and I have exchanged a few videos back and emails back and forth, and I just said, we'd like to send you a copy of Last Light for review. You know, take as much time as you want. Just let me know if it's something you're interested in. And he said, appreciate you reaching out. We don't accept games from publishers.
No.
Oh.
Now, why is that the case? Because they built their channel up to the point where they are making enough money doing a YouTube channel that it's now their full-time job. And so it's their full-time job. They can take the time that's needed to do it. Now, the vast majority of these channels out there, it isn't their full-time job. For every Man versus Meeple out there, there's a whatever. And then if you have a thing like a Man versus Meeple, and I'm not just bringing them up for whatever reason. I'm just, if you have a channel and it isn't just one guy and a camera, because it's a lot of work to do a channel. It isn't just one guy and a camera or one girl and a camera. Like you need somebody that's going to be doing your editing. You need somebody who's going to do this, that, and the other thing. And eventually, if you grow to a point where it gets to a point, you need to actually then have a staff, and that staff needs to be paid. And if it's a channel where there's like 2, 3, 4, or 5 of you being creators, then you need to be paid. So in the past, how did Dice Tower do it? They would literally do a Kickstarter every year, you know, or a crowdfunding. They still do it, you know. They basically help pay for the costs because of the fact that, like, you know, Tom doesn't do paid videos. Mark Street does paid videos on the Dice Tower Network, but Tom doesn't do that. You know, so I mean, it's like Tom doesn't. I mean, I don't think he's sponsored by anybody anymore.
Right,
Hey, look at.
but Dice Tower gets the money. I mean, if there's a Mark Street sponsored video, who gets paid? Mark Street only, or is it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's
Yeah,
I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, he personally doesn't do videos, but someone in the staff does videos.
Well, and my understanding, and I don't know if this is true or not, so this is just not anybody who hears this take this as word. My understanding is that Mark's salary is paid for
right by videos
in part by the work that he does.
Probably so.
And which, you know, makes sense, right? I mean, it's just that's not too far of a leap, you know, of logic or whatever. But whatever. I mean, the thing is that if you have I mean, Quackalopes before what happened, you know, I mean, he had like what was it, 2
like
or
4 or 5 people?
Yeah, he had there was a team, right? And then now he doesn't.
Yeah.
Are they back up and running? Whatever happened with that? He's
doing his stuff, but he's doing it without any he's not doing any sort of he's not doing any sort of paid content or anything like that. He's just doing his own content. And I'll just say, I mean, my personal feelings of Jesse are my own, and like when I talked to him, I talked to him at length at Gen Con, and I had a very good conversation with him about everything. And so when he seemed like, you know, very, very humble, very very straightforward, and understood that, hey, I've got a lot of work to do to like get people's feelings back. And then he did those, and Aldi, you mentioned this, like, and we didn't really touch on it, but he did those like 4 videos or whatever that were like an apology
Mhm.
and an explanation, and then like this thing about, which fine, whatever, it's your
Yeah, I saw
channel.
a couple of those. Yeah.
Yeah, publish whatever you want. But I tried watching it, and it just came off. And again, this is just me and my opinion and how I felt. It came across as like really weirdly insincere when I was watching it.
I
Like-
got that
like-
from him before even all the nonsense started.
Well, I mean, it was just, and that might just be my interpretation about the way he speaks too, right? You know what I mean? So I mean, and it just, and I don't, I mean, I thought he did good work. I thought he made good videos, and like, honestly, like we never paid him a dime, and he did great coverage for our stuff.
Mhm.
So I mean, as far as like as a business practice between the two of us, like I have nothing to complain about the man. But I mean, because he did very right by us. But I don't know. It's weird. I think I don't know. It's just it's tough to come back from something because people, but people forget about you too.
Yeah.
And when they forget about you, then they don't really worry about like I don't know. You're not on their mind as far as like and if you wait long enough before your next video comes out, I mean, it's like you don't have a group of people waiting for you to pop up out of the put your nose out of the out of the foxhole.
That's if you're not trying to derive a income from said videos,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
right? Like, are you going to
Yeah.
get a publisher to pay for anything now? If you've already,
well, I can't imagine a single publisher would ever touch him, to like
maybe,
You know.
maybe in a couple of years after he works. I mean, does he want to work really hard to get that channel back up again and try to get it back to what it was current, before? I don't
I
know.
don't think you can.
I guess that's something maybe you can't. Maybe you have to.
I mean, he can get
I mean,
his
well-
numbers up and all that, but can't get it to where it was as a viable financial
Right.
thing where you can have additional employees and all that.
Yeah, you might
Because
have
right
to-
now, I think all his videos are just him and his wife now.
probably so.
Could be.
Yeah,
and
it might,
again,
it might be scarred beyond recovery,
It could be. Yeah.
damaged beyond recovery.
it is an extremely fickle like world we
Think?
live in. I mean, people just
Well,
I mean, they'll
If you're relying on income, yeah. If you're just doing it to do it,
If you're doing
Who
for shits and
cares?
grins, who cares?
Yeah.
But there are very few people, Barry,
Yeah, I
who are
know, I
doing
know,
it just
I
to
know.
do it.
I know.
They make. I'm saying they're all making money, but that's what their goal is.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I
That's
know.
their sole purpose of doing this is
Think
to
so?
make money.
Yes,
Yes,
I can
Scott,
see it in the way
yes.
it's edited now and everything else, Scott. I mean, yeah,
nobody has a channel just for the fun skis anymore. It's
not a lot of people
Is
do.
there-
I think Barry
Really?
does, the fake Barry does, people like that.
Yeah.
But
There's some people
But
who
most
want to be
of 'em,
creative
it's-
online and share it and not care.
well, if it isn't money, it's recognition within their.
That's different.
But that's different. But it's still a thing. They're not doing it for fun. They're doing it because they want
But
to make their mark.
it's money, not necessarily they're getting rich off of it or whatever. It's money in the, oh look, I'm getting invited to go here. I'm the special guest at this convention. I'm the special guest at this convention. I'm getting flown in by a board game publisher
Yeah.
to a
sounds familiar.
special event they're
So-
having where
So
we're
I-
all going to play their new game so we can all talk about it.
Interestingly, I went back on Shelfside's videos and they got flown. He did this video like, I'm going to England, and they got flown to Birmingham from and a whole bunch of content creators
Wow.
to do, what's that company that's from there?
From where?
For Birmingham.
Birmingham. Hold on. I don't remember the company. But it was
Well,
it was a giant Kickstarter thing.
Well, what'd you call it? Did it here? Chip Theory did it here.
Did
Yeah.
they fly everybody in?
They flew a bunch of people in to review their game, to play
Okay.
their game. They flew them up, put them up in hotels,
But
food,
if
everything.
you watch this video, it's very. I mean, it's.
So they must be expecting to make quite a bit of money off it. They're spending all this on advertising. I mean,
But here's the thing. So they're like, everyone's like, oh, you have to say whether you got the game was provided by so and so or whatever. Fine. I didn't see people saying that, if the company spent that much money to fly you in, put you up in a hotel, pretty much pay all your expenses, feed you, and all
what's a
that.
game?
Really, you're going to say something negative about the game? I'm not saying this that was the premise behind it, but like literally, how do you sit there and say something bad when literally these people spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on you to go?
Thousands. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it was Monster Hunter Monster Hunter World Iceborne from 5 months ago. I guess they flew a bunch of people out.
never heard of it.
Steamforge games.
I heard of Steam, but I never heard of the game.
Yeah. It was just something I didn't know that happened because I'm not paying attention to all this stuff.
Oh.
But
Well, I think it was.
there was a
wasn't it-
video with like a ton of the content creators that we know and love. All there.
Or that we know, at least.
Yeah.
I was
I know what you meant.
But wasn't it Eric saying
a
it?
lot of work.
Wasn't it Eric saying at Essen that they had some kind of weird press event that only people in the industry were allowed to, or con or something? I forget what the game was for the company.
Yes. Well, Gen Con had a Lorcana event.
Oh, maybe it was Gen Con then. I thought it was
Probably Gen
Essen.
Con.
Yeah,
It was
That was sort of press event.
yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean,
But this is a
Right, but they didn't have the people come in for that. It
yeah,
was
they
just
flew
open to
everybody over there.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right.
But yeah, but the media end of it's been like that for years. I mean, this isn't nothing new. It's getting worse, but it's nothing new.
No, but that's big, Barry.
Yeah, it is. But I was still saying, if they're willing to pay for it, it's on them. You know?
By the way, I still don't have my copy of Monster Hunter World.
Sons of bitches, it's 2 for 2 this month.
By the way, you can go buy that in the store right now too. I'm just like, why do I bother with Kickstarter?
Thanks
anymore?
for your
It's just such a
donation.
joke.
Yeah.
Thanks for your donation.
Sorry, it won't be a BGG con. Didn't come in time. I'm not gonna go buy a copy that I already paid for.
Oh my goodness.
Uh,
Delightful.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I was like, man, I was so annoyed. I'm like, oh, this game's out now, like because I want to play it. I like Monster Hunter the game, And a board game would be cool, and who knows, maybe it'd be interesting. And then you do the Kickstarter, and then it doesn't appear, and then I see it in the store. Like, okay,
yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
Nobody knows the
Nobody
trouble
knows.
I've seen.
Mm,
I know it sucks, man. It's like
Yeah.
there's
Believe me,
a
the more this goes on, the less and less I'm interested. And I can't be the only one. I cannot be. the only
Yeah.
one.
Oh no.
And I'm pretty laid back on this stuff, honestly.
Well, I think the industry's, gonna. Well, yeah. I have ideas about.
I
what's
gotta
gonna
read the
happen.
comments to see if anybody's getting stuff. done.
crash and burn, and I can't wait. We're gonna start new.
Princess Vespa is gonna have to send
Yeah.
us all to sleep.
16 hours ago. You're shipping replacements yet? You haven't received. I haven't received my game. Super Becker. Someone just posted that.
Yeah.
I haven't received my game either. Anyway, whatever.
So, what always drives me crazy about backers is that you'll say in pinned comments, you will say in updates, you'll say in replies to comments. The quickest, fastest way for you to get a response about where your thing is to send us an email, or in our case, go to our website, use the contact us link, and it actually has a thing where it's like, are you contacting us about a Kickstarter pledge? Click here. If you're contacting us about anything else, click here. And if you contact us about the Kickstarter pledge, there's questions basically say, what Kickstarter did you, what crowdfunding campaign did you back? Then like the next question is, are you contacting us because you did not receive your game? It's just like, it's like, please give us your complete and full address. And it's just like, and like there's very specific questions we ask, so then they can answer those, and then we have it. We have everything we need, so we can track down, and it can be a one-stop shop instead of me getting an email that says, I didn't get my game. And then like, what game was it? Just like, so you don't have to go through that whole process to get them. So I get it all done. And 95% of the time, they didn't complete their pledge manager. That's what it is. 95% of the time. And every single, and I get it. I get it. People get lots of emails.
We
Stuff
went through
gets
this
lost.
before.
But like, for me, it's like literally, we send out an update saying, we sent out the invites to the pledge manager. 2 weeks later, we sent out another update that says, there's still 34% of you who haven't completed your pledge manager. Please complete it as soon
Do you
as
think that
possible.
hell, I mean, here's the deal.
No.
They gave you the money,
Wait. 2 weeks
but you
later.
don't.
2 weeks later, I sent out another one saying, we're closing the pledge manager in a month.
Nobody
need
reads
to
email.
complete this.
Nobody reads email.
Yeah.
Well,
And
then
again,
how
this
am I
pledge
supposed to
manager
tell
bullshit.
people? How am I supposed
know.
to tell somebody?
Yeah, exactly.
And then
You have
we
to react
actually-
to this. That's
and then we
that's
actually
the way it
go-
works.
then
That's
we
the way
actually go
commerce
through the
works.
process of like
You have to
I-
react to the complaint.
I pull up every single person who hasn't completed it because, like, the pledge manager terms of services says your email can be used by the publisher to contact you about your pledge, and only that. We can't use it to advertise to you. We can't use it for any other purpose. All we can use is contact you about that pledge. But I will pull up every single email of every single person that has not completed the pledge manager, and I will specifically send them an email saying, you have not completed your pledge manager for this campaign. If you don't complete it by this date, you run the risk of forfeiting your rewards.
Thanks for the donation.
Thanks for the notion.
Please
See ya, sucker.
complete your pledge
So-
manager.
I know you guys like think that's the correct way to handle stuff, but like it's not.
It's not.
Like
What is the
you're lucky
correct
that
way?
there's so much distance between your chargeback time and like I feel like Kickstarter needs a wake up call.
Yeah, it does.
Like the chargeback stuff like is so prevalent in anything in the world now. Like you should have to deal with the chargebacks. Like if you don't figure out how to get somebody something they paid for.
Yeah.
But what are you supposed to do? I mean,
Well,
it's just like-
luckily you created the system that basically lets you off the hook of that for a year.
Yeah.
Right?
Pretty much.
Like you don't ship within 6 months. I feel like you shouldn't be able to take the money for that long. But
See, I
that's
don't
just
get that.
me.
I agree with you.
I know
man.
it. The world goes around Kickstarter without money, holding money in limbo.
But
but-
what I don't get, Scott, is people created this system that we're in now, and you're bitching about it.
Yeah.
We didn't have Kickstarter. You created all the nonsense that goes with Kickstarter, and now you're bitching about the Kickstarter. you
Right.
know?
But I'm just
So you
saying,
wanna
like,
write
when
the
you pay for
retail, we
something,
wouldn't
you
have this
want
problem.
something, and there are laws against being able to, for consumer protection.
Yeah.
The
I
fact that
just find
Kickstarter
it-
gets around this, I just don't understand how they do. They
I
just do.
find it absolutely absurd that like we practically go and beg them to complete their pledge manager.
Sure.
And then they're like, well, I didn't see any of the emails. Well, how? Oh, I didn't get a single.
You don't think email's not? It's
I
not.
could tell you what
reliable.
happened. Lance. They're sick of being bombarded by all this shit.
Oh, I understand that.
As a
but then-
consumer, why do they have to jump through hoops to get to this shit? You got to fill out a pledge manager, and then
Exactly.
you got to fill out the update for it, and then you got to check the update for the update of the update.
Anyway,
You created the system, change it. What
I
the
know.
fuck over?
here's the thing.
go
When you
ahead.
finalize a pledge, you have my address. You
Yes.
have everything. The fact that you didn't take the money about the shipping is your fault.
No.
You should take the money right then and then
it's
ship
impossible.
the thing.
You can't.
I
finalize
know. I know.
You can't finalize a pledge until you can't. Like in GameFound, you don't get to put in an address until you pay your shipping.
Oh, okay. You're talking about Kickstarter. I thought you were talking about Kickstarter.
No, I mean it's just like, because nobody uses Kickstarter for like their process to collect the information. Nobody uses that. Very few people do. So if you go to a pledge manager, yeah, I mean,
Well, anyway,
it's-
here's the deal. You're using as a pre-order system. You got to take the lumps.
Pretty much.
In fact, I wish there was more time on the chargebacks, honestly, for these idiots that don't ever send me anything. But that doesn't exist in the world of crowdfunding because you're taking a risk,
Yeah.
but it's being treated like a pre-order. So I don't know. I feel your plight. I mean, I have I know you got to deal with bullshit a lot. It's annoying. People like me are annoying. Although
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are,
annoying.
Scott.
Like
You're
I just
annoying.
basically just move on. I'm probably the worst
Mhm.
Kickstarter customer to have.
Mm-mm-mm.
I mean, honestly, like the best people you ever get are the ones that like, ooh, that I mean, I know people that have like gotten like the people that get stuff and like they come into the convention and you're sitting there and you're showing the game and then they're like, oh, remember when everybody got really upset because these cards didn't have linen finish? Boy, were those people fucking stupid. You know, you hear people say that and you're like, and I always say, I understand why they're upset. I understand that the game said they would include those cards. We didn't include it. It was cost prohibitive for us to actually fix it at that point. It was one of those things where it's like we could either spend thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars to fix it, or we could just say, we apologize, our bad. It's not going to happen. Those are the two things you can do. And it was like, so it was just like, and the vast majority of people are like, yeah, we understand. But then there's always those people who are like, nope, you guys suck. You said that you do it, you didn't do it. So, and I guess that's a completely valid
That's
way
the
to
price
feel.
you pay by having direct tap into your
Yeah.
client, into your customer base.
Yeah.
You have to deal with it.
Mhm.
You could remove yourself from all that. No problem.
Yes, go
Just make
straight to
games and put
retail.
them through distribution. You don't talk to anybody.
Done.
Well,
Mm.
distribution is a pile now. Unless you're
Well-
Frosthaven, you can't sell
Sure.
shit through
Yeah,
distribution.
distribution's broken. By the way, I also had a missing tile from Awaken Realms' new Castles of Burgundy. You may have heard of it.
Yes. Yes.
Heard of it.
Deluxe acrylic tiles, which are really great.
Yes.
I'm missing one. I wrote to the support. They said, "Don't write to us. Write to this. Put this ticket in." Haven't heard anything in 2 weeks.
Well, they probably have a lot. I mean,
Thanks for your donation.
I'm just looking for one
thanks for your
tile.
donation.
I'm looking for one tile. Put it in an envelope and mail it to me, please. I'm sure you can afford the stamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand being annoyed that like, hey, I got my stuff and it doesn't have everything that it's supposed to have, and this is really annoying. I understand
It's
that.
unplayable without that tile.
Yeah.
It is.
I
mean,
which tile is it?
I can make a tile for it,
Yeah.
but I don't want to. I want to play the game I bought.
I get you,
Anyway.
Scott. I had
I'm
a
a
problem
pain in
with
the ass.
you. No, I had a
Believe me,
problem.
I'm not a pain in the ass. I write their emails and then I just give up.
I had a problem with Spike years ago. It was missing like 6 tiles or something, and it took them a while to get the tiles to me. And by the time we got them, I was like, "All right, I'm over the game."
Which game is that?
Spike, from. Give me a minute. It was from an English company. They're like mainly war games and stuff like that. Last Spike, maybe it was called something like that.
No,
Oh,
it's
the last
Word-
one. Yeah,
Worthington,
that's Columbia Games.
Columbia, that's what it was.
Yeah. That's a good game. I like that game.
Yeah, by the time they got the missing parts to me, I was like, yeah, I'm done with it. Yeah. It took a while. It was a good 6 months.
Yeah, annoying.
But at least they responded. Yeah. Actually, they didn't. They just shipped it to me. It just showed up in the steps one day.
So here's the
Yeah.
thing. We all have our like stories of things that like, I mean, like stuff we backed that we never got.
Not me. I stopped backing years ago.
Stuff like one of the things that drove me crazy was that I mean,
the turntable.
Well, that I don't care about
Turntable.
anymore.
And a
Who
microphone.
cares? That guy.
What was the
that guy.
And a couple missing fingers.
The spinning board, the board that
Oh,
spun.
The lazy gamer.
Lazy gamer.
Poor
Who was
guy.
on the show? Who came
Want
on?
a finger?
High
came
five,
on?
guy.
Who came on the Alaboom?
High five. Yeah.
And was
I remember that. I bought like 3 of them at that moment, and then like we tried to get them flown in for BGG Con and all kinds of crazy shit we went through with that thing.
So
I feel like we paid those for those too, so I probably lost that money too.
Oh yeah. So no, so like one of my favorites of all time. I mean, and I'm not saying this to, but I always when I did the Sword and Sorcery game by Ares when it first came out, they asked me if I do a video, and I said I'll do one if you give me a full all-in Kickstarter pledge. And they're like, yeah, we can do that for you. I was like, sweet, awesome, sounds good. And then I entered the Board Game Geek contest, and I won. And I won the all-in, the whole thing. And so I said, hey, I was like, cool, so you can send me the one for the video to my house, but can you send the other one to my brother? Because he'd really like it. And then they actually responded and saying, well, we're not going to give you the one for the video. We're just going to give you the one for the contest. And I was like, what are you talking about? You told me you give me that one. And well, we're not going to send you two because that's not fair.
Not fair.
And I was like, not fair? Not fair. I was just like,
Lance, you worked, but you also won the turkey raffle that we had for Thanksgiving. So we're not giving you a paycheck this week because that would be not fair.
I just remember just being like, whatever. And then Jeremy Howard posted on Facebook a little while ago saying that oh, I need to find a deluxe Kickstarter copy of Outlive. And that was also another company that we want you to do a video. And I was just like, if you send me a full Kickstarter copy of this, I'll be happy I'll do that for that. They're like, sounds good. Never sent me one. Never sent me one. I finally saw them at a convention, and I said, well, it's like you never sent me one. And they're like, I don't think we agreed to that. And I was like, I found it in the email on my phone.
Email. Let me check my
them.
records.
I showed it, and they're like, yeah, that's weird. I don't remember us ever saying that. And I was like, well, so can I have a copy? And they're like, no, these are for sale at the convention. And I said, well, will you send me one? These are the last copies we have. It's just like, what?
You don't take no for an answer, man.
This email
will you give me one? Nah.
Says you will give me one for the video. The video, I think.
No, we don't believe you. That's forged. Fake email.
It was 26,000. It was one of my biggest videos for it had 16 or 18 or 20,000 views. It was all kinds of comments and stuff. I know I sold them games, and I was just like,
yes, I'm sure you did.
And I was just like, you said you'd give me one. Yes, there's one right there. Yes, can I have it? No.
Are they still in? This is about to shoot.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
They're still in business, aren't they?
Oh, well, who knows? Who cares? I mean, just I just remember saying,
it's a Wonderful World and all that.
I was just saying the thing. Am I in crazy town? Is this conversation happening right now? And Jeremy found a copy, and I was like, great, it's probably fucking mine.
And then sometimes people send you a copy and you claim that they didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know. But those are obviously the rarities, if you will.
That's okay. I was promised some copies of some games from a company that no longer exists, but I never got.
Yeah.
What, TMG?
Yeah.
What were you promised?
I was promised a deluxeified copy of Gentis.
I think I still have one of those somewhere.
Did you ever get your Golden Egg game? Remember that? Wasn't it? Weren't you
the airplane one?
The airplane one? No.
What happened to the Golden Egg guy?
He's probably serving in the army right now.
No, I think
that's right. I forgot he
maybe,
was in the Israeli army.
Yeah.
I mean, he was I liked him. I mean, he was. Oh, I can't think of his name right now.
I'll find it. Hold on.
Yeah, him and his dad ran the company together.
Can't remember that.
I think I had one of the only copies.
Elad
Goldstein. Elad Goldstein. Thank you. There you go. God, I haven't thought about him forever.
I know. I haven't thought about him in years.
I liked the guy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a very personable, nice fella.
Yeah.
I remember the last time I saw him at Gen Con, him and his dad were setting up the booth, and I sat there and we BS for like 20 minutes, and I was happy to see that he was okay because he had, got redrafted back in. He was talking about. Remember you talk about like
Yeah,
posting.
he had to go to overseas.
Yeah, he had to post a Kickstarter update, like
Yeah.
using the Wi-Fi of the tank that he was in.
Oh, God.
Just like, just yes, I am currently in a tank. Just,
I guess that's a good excuse of not shipping a Kickstarter.
Oh, did you see? Speaking of Kickstarters, did you see the big giant thread about the deluxe Madeira? It's just basically done. It's never gonna happen.
No.
No, I mean we knew that. Like,
Well, we knew, but I mean the final nails in the coffin, like the.
But weren't they putting updates out like they were going to do it?
No, they were like so so there was the two people that ran the company and Veronica Mariano and the two designers, Paulo Soledad
And Nuno.
and
Yeah.
Nuno, yeah. They basically posted, they're like, yeah, they don't have any money. They're never gonna give anybody their games. It's never gonna happen. It's like we've been trying unsuccessfully to get like 8 months of back salary out of them that they owe them. And it's just like it's like we're it's like we were thinking about taking them to court, but they don't have any money. So even like we'd have to get a judgment against them, and then we just basically have to wait for them to make money for us to get our money. So if you bet Madeira Collector's Edition,
I believe I did.
oh, I did
You have
too.
a bad month, Scott.
It is gone and dead and never coming back. I was looking through my old Kickstarter wall of shame. I still think I might get my Myth minis.
Yeah.
Because Ulysses Spiel US owns Myth, and even though they haven't put Myth on their own website, I'm of the belief that they might eventually send me my stuff. I'm not holding my breath, but I think that might happen. But again, not holding my breath.
No.
What was my other Kickstarter? I was looking at those, my Hall of Shame options here. Hold on.
I get my copy of last night. Why not, Scott?
It's coming.
I didn't get
No,
one
it's
either.
not. I never back that.
Well, then it ain't coming.
Yeah, it ain't coming. I don't
I'm
back
not gonna get a
Kickstarters.
chargeback.
What'd you say?
Here's the problem. Chargebacks only work for 6 months.
Yeah.
You can contact your provider, and if you can give them, it'll take a lot of jumping through hoops.
Yeah,
But if you can,
my time is more valuable than
I'm
$50.
not saying that it's an easy process, but if you want to do it, you can go through the process.
Yeah.
And with a lot of depending upon the size of the pledge. I mean, I can remember when I worked at US Bank, and that was a long time ago, when I handled disputes, there was a dollar value that it cost us too much money to do the process to work, to go after the merchant, and to actually you go through the merchant service bank. That's what you have to do, but because you don't actually go after the merchant, you go after
You have to go to the bank. Yeah.
you go to the bank that they do all their credit card transactions with, and then they basically take money away from their, and then they get their receipts for the month, they'll say, "Oh, well, how did I lose this?" It's like, "Oh, because a certain number of people did chargebacks on what you did, so it just becomes a minus or whatever." But anyway, it's like basically the bank. We would say you need to fill out a form that like, you write us in, detail in writing what exactly happened and whatever, and like, and like the whole thing is most people just wouldn't bother. They'd be like, okay, screw it, because it's not worth my time for $80. But there'd be people that would be like, oh,
Sure.
I'm gonna fill this out, and then they do it.
Hey, Lance,
What's up?
I'm trying to remember the name of a game.
Hmm.
Game that we played at Gen Con, and they did the Kickstarter and had like the movie trailer video on it.
Oh yeah, I can't remember the name of that game either. What was that? And it was horrible. That
We
movie
played it was me, you, Larry. Who else played with us?
And there was some other random, like Larry's friend, and we were playing it, and it was one of the worst games I've ever played in my entire life.
What was it?
God, why can't I
What was the
remember the
theme
name
of
of
it?
that game? Because it was like a weird post-apocalyptic, each person had their own like kind of special powers, move around the board, and it had no. Oh, I can't remember the name. I can't remember.
It wasn't the Nazis on the moon game, was it?
No,
No.
and
Nazis on
and,
the
and,
moon.
and they
Remember
paid
that?
they paid
No.
me for a video. They paid me for a video, and then they never sent me
The game.
a prototype. And then they did the Kickstarter, and it funded, and then they sent me a game. And then I wrote them an email. I was like, "So did you still want a video?" And then they didn't respond. So I was like, "Okay, well, do you want your money back?" And they didn't respond.
So we played this in the hot games room that year.
Yeah, what was it?
Oh
It
my
was
God.
whole-
So we're playing it, and the whole time, just Lance and I just keep looking at each other, and we're playing with Larry, and Larry's freaking hysterical.
Yeah,
And his friend is a Larry clone. And the two of them have no filter.
Right.
It's like Lance and I are being very diplomatic about this whole thing. We're trying to be very nice. And the two of them, and oh my God, it was so. So he goes through the whole explanation, and we're looking at each other like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah.
And then after we were like, "This, oh my God, this is so bad."
Was
And then
there
he
a
goes,
public-
"Oh yeah,"
was the
and then you
publisher
could
in the
do
hot
this,
games room?
and it was like, God, stop.
Was the publisher in the hot games room?
Yeah, wasn't he teaching us the game?
Yes.
Yeah. And it was horseshit. The game was complete horseshit. It was and then he's like, "Well, do you have feedback?" And we were giving him feedback about it. I was like, "Well, this didn't make any sense. This didn't make any sense." Oh, that's all stuff that like that's what the designers will do. They'll figure out those things. And we're like, "You want to take notes?" He's like, "Ah, I got a good
Details.
memory."
But the
Details.
Kickstarter, Scott, this Kickstarter, he like hired like an entire production crew, and they filmed like it was like a movie trailer.
Hmm.
There was special effects in it, like
Yeah.
explosions and stuff.
I don't remember what that is.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't remember. I don't think I was part of that.
Oh God, it was hysterical.
So I back in 2019, I backed an RPG called Rain, REIGN, from Greg Stoltz, which is
Is that based on the app?
No, this is in
Oh.
2019. Greg Stoltz, who kind of made his bones in the in the like the Chaosium world of stuff. And quite literally, it's like 2019, we've all been like, and he was with Green Ronin as well at one point. And like it's like one of those things where this Hal Mangold guy is we're still waiting for my books, but he's like, "I'm looking for a printer now," is what he said, since like all the stuff. And I remember one of the things that drives me crazy about this is that I didn't back it. Most things now when you back, it's like you get the PDF plus the print. I didn't back, I just backed for just print. I was like, that's fine. And I even said to him, I was like, it might be nice since we've been waiting so long if you just gave us the print, the PDFs as well, since we're no, just like, okay. It's like, but we have a ship date. So it's like, it's like they're gonna get the like supposedly November 28th. They're gonna have everything printed and packed up. So nearly probably maybe in like 4 or 5 years later after I backed it, I'm gonna finally get my Rain books, and they're probably gonna be piles of shit for all I care, for all I know. A second edition of Greg Stoltz's role-playing game of Lords and Leaders, powered by the One Roll engine. 1,520 backers pledged $88,529 in 2019. In 2019, that was a princely sum
For an RPG?
for an RPG. Yeah,
Sure.
it was a princely
How
sum.
come?
Then.
What's the delay for? Why a delay?
Oh, it just nobody knows. It was
This
like
1 year thing. The next year.
And he would always say it was like, oh, yeah, I've got all these other things going on that I have to take care of, and this has just kind of been always just like it's been my side project. 93 updates. Just like.
Well, it's been 5 years. I mean,
Well, no, I know. And for a while there, like he didn't update it for almost 11 months at one point, and people were just losing their minds. Like, you exist? Are you around? What's going on? But I might finally have my books. I was like, when I saw that, I was like, the proof is in the pudding, as they say. I'm not gonna.
But it's in the pudding.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna.
Don't put it in the pudding.
There's another one. Let's see. Oh yeah, there was another RPG I backed that was supposed to be delivered in May 2020 called Gods. Back in July, they back in July they showed the advanced copies of the books, and then we are approaching the end of the whole process in the books, and all the accessories like the screen will soon be ready to be shipped to our 2 hubs. A large part of the production will arrive directly to the USA, where the books will be shipped to their backers. The main groups will sail to Europe before being shipped. That was in July. And that was the last update. And nothing has shown up. People still update on shipping, please. Can we have an update?
And we'll just reinvest the dividends, and it's gone. It's all gone.
They moved on to the next stage of grief.
Yeah. So it's just, and what is it? Because they don't have any money. They don't have any money to ship it, so they can't do anything with it, and they can't, so you just know what's going on. I mean, it's like, hey, somebody posted on Lazy Gamer a month ago. I so wanted this frowny face.
Because people like you dwelled on shit in the past.
Well, they didn't want it.
Does no good.
And they gave him money. Yeah, Madeira Collector's Edition plus expansion. And let's see here. What's the most recent comments? It's like if production is wrapping up as we speak, what are the chances of this fulfilling in 2023? The response, about the same as the Cubs winning the Super Bowl.
Sounds right.
Shame.
Yeah, I'm going to report this to Kickstarter. Kickstarter doesn't care.
Kickstarter sucks.
Yeah. For those of you who can't be bothered to go to BGG, this is a response from Paulo Renato. I have bad news for everyone. You can write this one off. I was one of the biggest defenders of What's Your Game, both here on BGG and on the Kickstarter accounts, but I now know, I'm sure that we'll never see this game. I defended the company because I have complete trust and faith, because I knew them personally, but I considered them to be friends. Because of that, of knowing the type of person they are, I never doubted this wouldn't fulfill. But now Paulo and Nuno have left the company, and I know both of them are suing What's Your Game for several months of their wages not paid by Mariano. They haven't been able to speak to him. They haven't been able to even find him. This is pretty much dead. It's all dead and not the same. What's Your Game had a fantastic catalog of games, had great designers, but it seems that Mariano just decided to steal from everyone.
What you call just came back out, Janguel.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, because they probably got the rights back. Right?
Yep.
Wow. What are the chances somebody like Nuno Betancourt could be that good at guitar singing and board game design?
Well, I mean, Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Sandy Peterson Games partnered up, or they like, I forget what it is. Like I forget, they either got purchased in part, or yeah, Catalyst Board Games. We are in discussion to partner with Catalyst Game Labs for the publication of our current and forthcoming board game titles. So they are working towards like basically, I don't
I
know.
never got my fulfilled. Remember that Pallet Wars?
Oh yeah.
Didn't they say someone came in and bought paid all the shippings for all that stuff?
Yeah. And then they were supposed to ship
nothing.
it all out.
I don't know.
You
how
missed
it
the
is.
pledge measure. Son.
You fools!
Mm.
You believe them.
You
In this
believe
new
them.
in this new agreement, Catalyst Games will handle all of the publishing duties for Peterson Games, past and present titles.
I can't keep up.
No.
No,
and
you
and the
can't.
thing is that it's just such a malaise that you just give up, right? You're just kind of like,
Yeah, it's just
yeah, and which is the worst feeling of all time. It's just like, fine, I give up. You win. I don't. You're not gonna get me my stuff. I'm never gonna get it. I don't care. Good day, sir. See you later. And you
Wait,
just
Sandy
I said
Peterson.
good day.
Sandy Peterson made Age of Empire, the computer game series.
He worked.
I don't think he did all of it.
Oh,
but,
okay. Still, it's pretty
He
sweet.
worked at that company. I forgot.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, I got a question for you. You don't do you
he might have
kickstart?
been-
Who are you talking to?
You, Anthony, or
Oh
Turd?
yeah, no, I'm not in a long
Jared
time.
Ferguson.
Okay, so I'm in the same boat, and I haven't, been in like videos and shit like that. Wow, how old is the newest game you've recently bought?
How old is the most?
How new should I say?
The last game I bought was Frostpunk.
All right, so I've noticed for me they're at least 2 or 3 years old before I'll even look at them. I'm just.
I don't have anyone really to play with, so I really don't buy anything.
Yeah,
Like this stuff, I want to get, but I mean,
yeah, it's like even the Kickstarters I don't even bother with, until they get to retail, and then I wait at least a year. I was just curious, like the normal consumer, how they're shopping. Yeah.
I mean, a few years ago I was buying a lot more, but
Yeah, I don't
said,
buy as much either.
Yeah, I don't know. So speaking of people acquiring other people, formal ferret games,
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
their stuff is coming back.
Oh,
So
Did
all
he have a
play
game that was? What game did he have that was like
networks,
yeah, that
Networks?
works.
Wordsy, and High Rise are all going to be
Horizon, that's the one.
Yeah.
published now by All Play.
Oh wow. Yeah, High Rise was the one I.
Yeah, and they're gonna finish the Kickstarter campaign
Oh,
for
the deluxe High Rise
for the
boots.
High Rise because
Yeah.
that never.
I forgot I
Didn't-
didn't get it.
What
Yeah.
happened with that?
I mean,
There's
whatever.
another thing.
I mean,
Yeah.
believe me, I've not gone through my Kickstarter shit in a while.
What happened with Formal Fire? I don't remember.
Pandemic.
Is that what it
Pandemic,
was? Okay.
pandemic, pretty much. Gil had to step away from everything because of it.
I don't think I've seen anything from Gil in a long time.
Yeah, like he posted on Facebook today that
Oh, did he post on Facebook?
yeah, I can finally announce it. All Play, formerly Board Game Tables, will be publishing the networks, Wordsy and High Rise. We'll be finishing the Kickstarter campaign for the latter. It's been in the works for a long, long time. I'm so glad it's finally out.
Okay.
So
Facebook is weird, right? Like, I don't think I've seen any of his posts recently.
yeah, it's one of those
This
weird
doesn't
things.
filter. Yeah, it's just because they got so much shit to show you that's not related to your friends.
Yeah.
This way, I
They
haven't
highlight
had
friends stuff.
I haven't had the TV on, so usually when I get like news of things happening for stuff, it's on Facebook. As we're sitting here talking, I just realized that Bob Knight died today.
Who?
Bobby Knight.
Oh, Bobby Knight. Yeah.
It was like 7 hours ago. I was like, oh, I just
I didn't
find
know.
out now.
I'm just finding out now too, Andy.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm in the same. I don't get. Well, I don't have a local news channel. That's one thing. All my news is from Philly or Baltimore, or, yeah, wherever. It's not from where I am.
Well, there's no news channel here either because they would be talking about the moose sightings.
Uh,
So like, I'm in like where Lance lives is like a booming metropolis
Ah,
compared to where I live.
I don't believe Metropolis.
Yes.
Anywhere have you noticed where the accent cuts off?
So up here, it's weird. So like when I lived in Poughkeepsie, New York,
Yeah.
um, you could tell who was formerly from New York City
Mm-hmm.
or like one of the surrounding areas
Yeah.
and had moved up there, and who is from a family that lived up there their whole lives.
Yeah. Natural.
Over here, it's hard to tell.
Okay. Because I noticed that, like, even in Philly, you could tell if someone is from Jersey or up in New York or something when they're in Philly. But if I went outside of Philly in the Western Pennsylvania, they knew right away you're lowlanders, you know.
Yeah, we're like our neighbors across the street from us, the two people, like the two couples that we, associate with normally. Um, one of the guys, I mean, he's in, I think he's 72, and he's lived here his whole life. And he could tell that he's got a different way of talking.
Right. Right.
It's not really an accent or anything, it's just a different like
Yeah.
meter and whatnot in his speech. But yeah, no, it's hard to tell.
It's weird. Like, there's so many accents up here in the Northeast. It's just weird. Hell, you branch it off. Like, I could tell the difference between where I am in Delaware, the cutoff between the South and the North.
Oh, I'm from the Bronx, and I could tell you. There was a time I could tell you which borough you lived in,
Mm.
and in some boroughs I could tell you which neighborhood you lived in.
Yeah.
But by the way you talked, so
Hey Lance, did you see Scott Morris's new face?
Oh yeah.
What?
I want
he
you to
shaved
put-
off his beard.
He
He
shaved
called
off
it
his beard.
something,
Like,
I forget.
he's unrecognizable.
Yeah. He called it
He's unrecognizable.
Why did he shave his beard?
I don't know. I mean, it's like, who is this guy? He kind of looks like who does he look like? There was
Well,
something.
did you see what Chris Leader did?
No.
He made him Wooly Willy.
Will
He put his face on the Wooly Willy and like drew all
the iron filings.
Yes.
I mean, it's like, who is that guy? Anyway, all right.
Who knows?
Who knows?
I guess I've only ever known him with the beard, so I guess it would be the same thing for you too.
Yeah.
Your beard.
We're waiting for it. Lance keeps
waiting.
promising us that one day he's going to shave it off.
Your mom wants to see it before she dies, Lance.
Hey.
So she says.
Ready.
My wife thought that. Then she just says she did not like the look of my face.
Goes a long way.
Well, nobody does guilt better than a mom. I'll just say that right there. So.
No, grandmothers beat them moms over.
What's her name? Petunia? No, not
Luana.
Luana.
Yes. I always want to call her Moana, but that's a movie.
That is a movie.
That's not a movie.
It means peaceful ocean. Or so she claims.
Yes.
All right.
Liar.
I'm running a gas.
Yeah, I am too. So let's call it a night. Thank you everybody for listening in. And
A lot of talking tonight.
yeah, a lot of talking. Remember, hey, yeah, Bobby Knight, 80 some years old. Probably not the nicest guy in the world, but he did his best. Famous for
throwing a chair and
Throwing
choking a guy.
that and now, if he said it now, I mean, I might be wrong, but I think if I remember correctly, like he got asked after a game after like he criticized the officiating, but how bad like he was getting, like the calls were going, and they said, it's like, why didn't you were upset for like, like most of the game, but the last quarter, you didn't really ever yell or anything. And he just said, well, said, if you're going to get raped, sometimes you just got to lay back and try to enjoy it. He said that. He said that in like the 80s, you know, in a different world.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Yeah,
From
just
back
kind of.
then.
Oh yeah, no, he said it to Connie Chung. I think that
Uh.
that if rape is inevitable, relax and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just
Well,
so yes, Bobby Knight, a troubled soul, but a very successful man at what he did. So, and you know, he had people that
I'm more
loved and
upset about
cared
Matthew
for.
Perry.
Yeah.
Well,
You're
I
more
mean,
excited about him dying.
I mean,
Upset.
I'm more upset
I understood what
than
you
Matthew Perry.
said.
drowned in a hot tub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if you got to go,
Was he did he have his demons again, or was this ex?
They said his. They
they're
said
doing
his,
they're doing a biopsy.
Yeah, they
autopsy.
said. Well, I know what.
Autopsy.
Why? Why? What does it matter? I guess it's like one of those things.
Well,
where
it might be an insurance thing.
maybe, but I've never understood that. Not, I know we were going to bed, but it's like where you're so sure that like nobody killed him, right?
Yeah.
So okay,
Or maybe.
Not if you don't do
well
an
maybe
autopsy.
I don't know, but they said the police did not suspect foul play, whatever, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So, but I guess yes, he want an answer. Why did it happen? I
Might
guess
have
we have a need.
If you have
for
a
that.
if you have a, I mean, you know,
I mean, they do autopsies on not famous people to find out why. So
Yeah.
it's not weird that they're doing it on him.
Well, I remember when my stepdad passed away. They actually said, they asked my mother if she wanted an autopsy done, and they charged her for it because she wanted to know what happened. You know.
Yeah.
No, in New York, if you die outside of a hospital, they do have to do an autopsy. They're required by law.
really?
You could be 105 years old, and because you
Yeah.
died in your home.
I think that might be the coroner taking the day off on that one. Just like I'm going to share my phone. 105 cause of death. 105.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know. I'm gonna get morbid here. I don't know if you ever read a death certificate.
I have, yes.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Everybody dies of the same thing,
My mom
Yeah.
died.
but everyone dies of the same thing on a death
Yeah.
certificate.
You sure about
But-
that?
Yeah, because there's a list of things that cause someone's death.
Yeah.
The last thing over is cardiac arrest is one of them. Whether you actually have a
Yes.
heart attack or whatever, cardiac arrest is the last thing that happens to you. It's loss of brain function, cardiac arrest, or the same thing everyone dies from.
Yeah.
Because that's what the end of living is. Your
Right.
heart stops beating.
I remember
I need to
running.
go check my mom's death certificate now. I don't remember.
I remember getting when I worked in credit cards, we had the Harley Davidson credit card. I might have told this story, but I mean, when the people would close accounts, they'd have to send in a copy of the
You
death
big
certificate.
guy.
They'd have to send in a copy of the death certificate to close out an account, to basically say this account's closed.
Right.
There's nobody that's available to pay this money anymore. You know, and also legally, like, just to shut down the account.
Yeah.
And like, we always got the good ones for Harley Davidson card owners. It was always like, you know, gunshot wound to neck, or or a lot of motorcycle vehicular accidents, things like that. But yeah, you know, stab wounds, you know, just like things like that. You're just like, well, I don't know why I went all blurry. That's weird.
The autofocus. You're in a dark room.
It's the glaucoma.
I'm a floating
You glaucoma? Here, I got some stuff for that.
I got the glaucoma.
All right.
Good night, everybody.